Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's meeting. We'll call a meeting to order at 6:08 p.m. Just a shout out for our local oil barons. They're right now 1-1 with Whitecourt and coming back home tomorrow for game number 3. I want to humbly acknowledge the land we live, learn, work, and play. It's Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. For the record, we have Councillor Lavallee joining us online. And if Councillor, you have your camera turned on for voting purposes, we appreciate it, please. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the matters before us this evening, just please see Legislative Services desk to my right if you haven't already. First, we'll move into the public hearing for bylaw number 26/001, land use bylaw. Before declaring the public hearing open, here's a view of the hearing process. Public hearing will be open, followed by an introduction of the item by administration and questions from council. We will then move into written submissions and hear verbal submissions from any speakers present, followed by questions from council. To finish, we will hear closing statements and then the hearing will be declared closed. I hereby declare the hearing open at 6:09 p.m. So I'd like to invite Planning and Services to provide an opening statement. Whenever you guys are ready, man.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services. This evening, I am joined by Such Chanjiak, Manager of Development Planning, and Amias Emu, Planner 3, who are both subject matter experts on the project that we're presenting this evening. We are here to present the proposed land use bylaw, including its role in regulating development in the municipality, the extensive public engagement that has been completed, and some of the key proposed changes. Our team approached this project with the mindset of safe and orderly development alongside cutting red tape. In alignment with our divisional process review, our goals are to improve customer service, reduce barriers to development, and better facilitate property improvement, investment, and responsible growth in our region. This presentation will be longer than typical, as the land use bylaw is a complex and detailed document and one that has a lot of impact on our development patterns within our region. Throughout the presentation, we will pause to ask council if there are any questions about the material presented so far. There will also be opportunities to ask questions at the end as well. Land use planning in Alberta is carried out by both the province and municipalities. The Municipal Government Act, or MGA, requires municipalities to make their own land use planning and development decisions by way of adopting a municipal development plan, area structure plans, area redevelopment plans, and a land use bylaw. The RMWB's Municipal Development Plan, or MDP, was adopted by Council in September of 2024, and it guides our overall long-term growth for the region. Area structure plans align to the Municipal Development Plan and set growth policies at a community level. Following this, the Land Use Bylaw outlines detailed regulations necessary for implementation of these plans. Section 640 of the MGA requires a land use bylaw should divide the municipality into land use districts and prescribe the land uses. It should outline the process for making and notifying decisions on applications received by the municipality and establish the number of dwelling units that are permitted on a parcel of land. The proposed land use bylaw before you this evening has been prepared in accordance with the MGA requirements, and it is an update to the 1999 land use bylaw we are currently using. I will now pass the presentation over to Amias.
Thank you, Amanda. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The land use bylaw regulates the use and development of land and buildings in the municipality. It informs where different land uses such as commercial, industrial, and residential may be allowed, and it also sets standards for their development. The land use bylaw includes provisions that guide how buildings are designed and where they can be located on a parcel. It also establishes the number of parking spaces required for every development and the rules for uses such as home businesses and secondary suites, to name a few. The current land use bylaw was adopted by Council in 1999. Since then, the municipality has experienced significant population growth, leading to extensive land development for residential, commercial, and recreational purposes. In recent years, natural disasters such as wildfires and flood have adversely impacted development in the municipality. Since 1999, over 250 amendments have been made to the land use bylaw to facilitate development. Therefore, a comprehensive review and update of the land use bylaw was needed to address community feedback, incorporate new development trends, and to support responsible development. The process of updating the land use bylaw started over 10 years ago in 2012. In 2015, administration started extensive public engagement to gather feedback. In April 2021, a new land use bylaw was presented to Council and was not approved because administration was directed to re-engage with the community, including on 4 areas of concern. First, Fort McKay First Nation expressed concerns regarding the level of engagement that was conducted. Since then, administration has engaged with the nation, and they have submitted a letter indicating no concern about the proposed land use bylaw. Secondly, signage regulations were identified as an issue. To address this concern, administration engaged the business community over the past 3 years and brought forward updated signage regulations which were approved by Council in March 2024 and February 2025. Administration will also continue to engage specifically on portable signage. Thirdly, administration worked closely with the developer of Quarry Ridge to resolve issues. The developer has submitted a letter of support for the proposed land use bylaw. Lastly, Council heard concerns from some residents regarding provisions that apply to Draper. To address this, administration hosted an open house and an online survey specifically for Draper in October 2024. Administration went door to door to deliver copies of the survey to all dwellings that did not attend the open house or complete the survey online. In addition to these engagements, administration also re-engaged with residents, council-appointed committees, Indigenous partners, and targeted stakeholders such as the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce, the Fort McMurray Construction Association, and NABA in 2024. In May 2024, administration launched an online survey to gather feedback. Hard copies were also made available at public events and in rural program offices. Through this process, 350 completed surveys were received. Administration hosted an open house in the Jubilee building and presented the land use bylaw to 7 council-appointed committees and to various stakeholders. In addition, multiple community engagements were also conducted in Conklin, Janvier, Anzac, Sabre Creek Estates, Draper, and in Fort Chipewyan. Overall, administration has hosted 42 public open houses, 30 events and meetings, collected 1,100 completed surveys, and 80,000 social media impressions. In reviewing the feedback received from the 2024 surveys, 7 key topics were identified. 58% of respondents identified parking, with some noting the importance of having adequate parking for uses such as home businesses and secondary suites. 34% of respondents identified secondary suites as an important aspect of the proposed bylaw, and the feedback received was generally supportive of the newly proposed secondary suites. Some respondents also emphasized the need for enforcement in specific areas such as parking. A complete summary of the 2024 public engagement feedback is also available online on the Participate with Buffalo Land Use Bylaw page. We will now pause to take any questions from Council on materials presented so far. If there are none, we will also continue. Thank you.
Thanks. Just one clarification so this is a fluid document, so it doesn't stay the same. You mentioned it was almost 250 times it was amended since it was produced, the original one?
Through the chair, this is a fluid document. Since 1999, we have done about 261 amendments to the land use bylaw. The nature of the document is such that it can change in the next council meeting itself.
Perfect. And how many pages was the original one?
Through the chair, we'll cover that in the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the nice presentation. I just wanted to ask you that land use bylaw, certain bylaws are controlled by province, certain by the municipality. So what is the criteria? Is it the area or the dollar value or the departments? How do we differentiate that province has to do it or the municipality has to do it?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, province and municipalities have different areas of jurisdiction. Municipalities are authorized to create their own land use bylaw to regulate the use of land within the municipality. Province does not regulate that. Province deals with crown lands in the municipal area and identifies issues that they want to address in the provincial land. For the most part, they are related to environment, natural resources, and stuff like that.
So you want to, what I should assume that municipal area, the provincial planning is not done. You know, like schools, zones are, school places are the province jurisdiction. So province is within the towns. So what do you have to say?
Through the chair, province is represented through different school boards specifically for schools. When we create area structure plans or municipal development plans or outline plans, the plans that are overarching in nature, we do involve provincial bodies such as the school boards, Alberta Transportation, to take their opinion on where would they like to get located.
Hospital is also included in that.
And Councilor Dogar, you're kind of going off topic. That's not included in the land use bylaw.
Okay, fine.
Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation so far. When you talk about a draft copy and I guess a past copy, do we ever reference like the draft copy when we're making decisions in the municipality?
Through the chair, could you clarify what do you mean by draft
Sure.
copy?
Yeah, well, I guess the next question was, because when we're talking about like the MDP to the ASP to the land use bylaw, in a community like Draper, where there is no ASP, there's only a draft, I've heard us reference the draft when we're talking about things, but if we had a draft land use bylaw and somebody put up a building that wasn't, it's in the draft, but it's not in the current, it doesn't pass. And so where, I guess, because the hierarchy's not there, how does this now work in there because there's no ASP?
Through chair, if you're specifically talking about Draper, there is currently an ASP that covers the area of Draper. It's called Highway 69 Clearwater ASP that contemplates the area of Draper itself. Draft documents have not been presented to council, and so they don't really have a legal binding. Only when council approves the document does it have a legal binding. So anything that's draft has no value.
But I have emails when conversations are going back and forth between residents and the municipality, we will reference the draft ASP. And so where do we draw the line of what is actual and then not? Or I guess where do we draw the line of like what we're going to use and what we're not going to use?
Through the chair to the question, to add to what Such was saying, we will often refer to a draft document if it's something that we are actively working on and we've conducted public engagement on and we've gotten so far into creating policy around it. And that's more so to give applicants an idea of what the intention will be for that area or a specific policy that they might be talking about. But to Such's point, we can only take guidance from whatever council has approved. So in the case of an area that has an older area structure plan that's approved by council, we technically have to take our guidance from that. Okay. There could be a draft area structure plan that's in place that would sort of indicate what the future policy may look like. But technically speaking, it would fall back to whatever has been approved.
Okay, so it's like a vision going forward. This is where we're looking to go to.
Exactly. It sets the intention and tone.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The proposed land use bylaw includes changes to both the document structure and its provisions. Through public engagement and by working with applicants, Planning and Development Services has heard feedback that the current land use bylaw is not user-friendly, has complicated language, and contains regulations that create red tape and unnecessary barriers to development. To address these concerns, Planning and Development Services focused on creating a user-friendly document that has a logical flow and one that uses simplified language and improved graphics to clarify regulations. The length of the document has been cut from over 500 pages to under 250 pages. This is a 50% decrease. A key change between the current land use bylaw and the proposed bylaw is the reduction in the number of land use districts. By removing redundant land use districts and consolidating similar ones, we have reduced the number from 69 to 45. This reduction has resulted in a more concise document. While the number of districts has been reduced overall, new land use districts have also been added to respond to current realities and to implement statutory plans approved by Council. Many residential districts in the current land use bylaw do not allow for a mix of residential uses. For example, the R1 single detached residential district, which covers most of the residential lands, only allows for the development of single detached dwellings. To address this, the existing 16 urban residential districts have been consolidated into 7 residential districts that allow for a wider mix of residential uses. For example, in addition to allowing for single detached dwellings, the new R1 district will also allow for semi-detached dwellings and duplexes subject to the area of the lot. New rural residential districts have also been added to address unique housing needs in rural communities. For example, to address housing development challenges related to limited developable residential land in Fort Chipewyan, a new Hamlet Residential 3 district has been created. This district allows for more densification and infill development where possible, allowing for more efficient utilization of limited residential land. The land use bylaw provisions for residential districts have also been updated. The changes provide more flexibility and will support housing development in the municipality. Secondary suites are additional self-contained dwelling units that are accessory to the principal dwelling on a parcel. Under the current land use bylaw, residents only have the option of developing basement suites for the most part. However, feedback received over the years shows that residents want more options for developing additional dwelling units on their properties. To address this need, the proposed land use bylaw introduces new secondary suite types, including loft suites, attached suites, garden suites, and detached garage suites. This proposed change is consistent with new development trends across the province and will provide homeowners with more flexibility. Public feedback also indicates a desire to see the impacts of secondary suites mitigated, particularly related to on-street parking. While the general perception is that secondary suites increase on-street parking, the land use bylaw has regulations to ensure that sufficient parking can be provided on site. This includes requiring 1 additional parking stall to be provided on the lot for every bedroom in a secondary suite. New rules requiring minimum lot sizes have also been added to ensure that there is adequate space on a lot to appropriately accommodate secondary suites. Several changes have been introduced to commercial districts. The number of commercial districts has been reduced from 9 to 5 to remove redundancies in existing districts. The proposed bylaw also introduces design standards for commercial developments. While the design standards vary for different commercial districts, the primary purpose is to improve the quality of new commercial areas in the municipality. For example, in the C1 Main Street district that is intended to provide for smaller scale, pedestrian-oriented commercial development, new buildings will be required to locate closer to the street with no parking allowed between the building and the street. Building closer to the street has several benefits. It allows for more efficient use of land, it creates pleasant streets that people enjoy, and it gives more visibility for businesses and services. Site provisions for commercial districts have also been updated. The changes are intended to support commercial development and investment in the municipality. While the downtown area redevelopment plan approved by Council in September 2023 will inform the land use bylaw regulations for the downtown, minimal changes have been proposed. Through discussions with stakeholders, we understand that the current requirements for new developments to meet green building and green utility standards are cost prohibitive and barriers to development. To address this concern, these requirements have been removed. However, developers interested in building to green standards will still be able to do so. To support businesses, provisions have also been updated to allow for drive-through uses across the downtown. Currently, there are 2 business industrial districts that allow for all commercial businesses and general industrial uses. For example, under the current rules, a high-intensity industrial use, such as a bulk oil and chemical storage facility, can be located next to a low-intensity use, such as a minor restaurant. Further, the current business industrial districts do not list any permitted uses, which creates uncertainty for developers. To address these concerns, the existing industrial districts have been reorganized into 3 districts: light industrial, medium industrial, and heavy industrial. This reorganization creates distinctions between industrial districts primarily based on the type of industrial uses that are allowed. The change also ensures that land uses located close to each other are compatible with one another and minimize negative impacts. The new districts also provide a broad range of permitted uses, which creates more certainty for developers interested in investing in the municipality. We will now pause again to take any questions from Council on the material presented so far.
Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again for the presentation. Going back to the commercial standards with the businesses, were local businesses and developers in town engaged, I guess, in the type of commercial? And the one I'm talking about is obviously, not obviously, is the one where all the parking is at the back. I know that I've talked to some developers in town where they've worried about that because of the one lane. If you don't have it at the front, at the back, that when your goods are coming in, so when suppliers are coming in to drop off food, they're blocking off a lot of the parking and things like that. And so I know that's been at least two local developers in town have had concern. And so just wondering where that type of commercial came from.
Through the chair, to Councillor Weigel, we did consult with local developers and builders. The engagement surrounding commercial areas and residential primarily happened during the times of 2015 to 2017. At that time, most of the commercial that you see in town, if you look at Eagle Ridge site, for example, the common site, most of the commercial is located right onto the street. Mm-hmm. And you have to go into the development to be able to sort of access the commercial areas. That's yes. The kind of development that we are envisioning. For the most part, if you look at the Circle K site in Eagle Ridge itself, that site has issues in terms of, driving in. Every time a truck who's delivering sort of stuff to the site comes in, it blocks off the access and it creates issues. And so if the truck was to go at the back side towards the end, there'll be a lot of ample parking opportunities. People would also be able to access the site through pedestrian modes. So that's the intention. This is in line with the development that we've been seeing in bigger cities like Calgary and Edmonton, whereby most of the commercial development is situated close to the road for public access, for transportation, for people who use alternate means of transportations like buses and stuff. And parking is typically located within the site, in the middle of the site or at the back of the site. So it's in line with what we've observed and best practices all through development scenarios. Okay. Yeah, and I personally, I think in the larger developments, like where the movie theaters and stuff like that, I think it works out great having it centralized. If say, go back to the Circle K site where it's all front parking and a nightmare probably to try to unload things, is that not the same issue that you'd have if you just put it behind and you just only still had one lane? To the chair, if the Circle K site, right, at this point, I mean, it has space at the back, which is not very well utilized. It's being used for dumpsters and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. If we were to use that space more efficiently, we would be able to drive in, come out more easily than the current situation where half of the parking is situated at the front and the rest of the site, the setback, the rear setback is just not being used for anything really. So if a developer came forward and they wanted to use both the front and the back, is that a possibility? It's still a possibility. There are setbacks that allow for half of the building to be set back, I think 5 meters, 4 meters, something like that. Okay. That is still a possibility in the new land use bylaw. Okay, awesome. And then, nope, that's it. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Weigel.
My apologies. With the new industrial, the 3 levels of industrial, obviously we have current industrial areas. How does it affect the current the current businesses that are there, and are they going to be able to continue, like, are they just grandfathered in if they're in the wrong area? And is that for as long as it goes until that business ceases, and then the same type of business, like say I have, I don't know, an oil change station in the industrial area. It's no longer permitted in that type of area. I get grandfathered, but if I buy that business, can I continue to operate, or does that, as soon as it changes hands, now it has to leave?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the development permits run with the land, not with the owner. So if you have an approved use at a particular site, you'll still be able to use it. If that use was to go away, then new users would have to be aligned with the new district in that zone.
Okay. Some permits have a time limit on them. So when that time limit on a permit runs out, would it then have to change, or would it be allowed to be renewed?
Through the chair, for the most part, it will have to be renewed. It'll have to follow the new regulations in the district. But for the most part, for industrial activities, we don't really put a timeline on it. We only put a timeline on areas where we feel we want to, explore a little bit more or have public feedback on this particular kind of use. That's the area where we would put a timeline. For industrial users, residential users, we typically wouldn't put a timeline to it.
So in an industrial area, there's no timelines on permits for businesses?
Part, no.
None.
As far as I can remember, we don't typically put timelines to industrial businesses in a particular spot.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to the presenters. Thanks for the presentation. Just curious, the secondary suites and the rationale behind more options, or more, I guess, basically more options for people. Like, there's not really a housing shortage now. I mean, we have the vacancy rate certainly not zero. And I guess, is it just a plan? Is the plan just to reduce urban sprawl, or? And I'm not saying that's a good thing or bad thing. I'm just curious why the.
Through the chair, we are taking a conservative approach in terms of secondary suites. Cities like Edmonton now allow for a secondary suite to be subdivided and sold to a different party as a brand new house or something. We're still allowing them to be on the lot. Through our engagements, we did understand that there were limited options for secondary suites. You could only technically just have a basement suite, whereas on a bigger lot, if someone has a garage and they don't want someone to live in their basement, they're not really able to use that option as a rental property somewhere else. The loft suite, garage suites, attached suites are all the options that different cities also offer. Our idea is to make housing more affordable if there's an option to do so, and to have more family-oriented developments in the city. So that's why, more secondary suite options.
Okay, so I think that the biggest issue with suites, whether it's like the basement or attached or loft, is parking. And I know the presenter mentioned that you need one stall per suite or per bedroom. And that's because currently there is an area where you didn't need parking. So this is going to blanket the entire community now, right?
Through the
or
chair,
are they grandfathered?
To the chair, yes. Only in case of Parsons Creek, the zone neighborhood district allowed for one parking stall for up to 2 bedrooms of basement suite. Those uses that have already been approved would be grandfathered. Any new suites would require one parking stall on site on the lot itself per bedroom that's approved in the community.
Okay, so how does enforcement change with this? Because I think the biggest issue with neighbors complaining about their neighbor having a suite is just the parking. Yeah, there may be a dedicated stall there, but they don't use it. They park out in front of their house. Like, with this new change, are we going to increase enforcement? Do we change the way we enforce things, or is it just going to be complaint driven?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, there are two options that residents can utilize. Number one, every time a secondary suite permit is approved, for the most part, it's a discretionary use, in which case residents, neighboring property owners get informed about it. They can choose to appeal the approval of the Development Authority in front of Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, at which time they can bring forward their concerns about parking or whatever it may be in front of the appeal board, and the appeal board can render a decision on it. If that was not to happen, then obviously bylaw steps in if there's a complaint, and they deal with those issues. Parking is sort of issue that every city has. Urban sprawl comes with parking, and regardless of what we do, it'll stay as an issue. So unless we sort of carve out a parking strategy whereby we attach every car in the municipality to a particular household, we won't be able to track it, and there's no perfect mechanism to sort of track down on it. Through the land use bylaw, what we try to ensure is every time we are approving a suite, we are ensuring there are enough parking spots on the lot itself. If someone chooses to park there or not is something that is personal discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, very nice arguments. I'm really impressed, Mr. Such. You see, I want to ask you, you must have carried out a lot of engagement, because this is a very important bylaw amendment change after a long interval. So what were the opinion, how much percentage approved or gave a recommendation that your changes are okay?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, since 2015, extensive engagement has been conducted on various aspects of the land use bylaw, including on secondary suites. I do not have the numbers in terms of the exact proportions for each type of response that was received in front of me today, but we can provide that information at a later time. But overall, through the process of updating this land use bylaw, we've taken into account the feedback that was received from residents and stakeholders, and it has informed the provisions that are being proposed.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask you, how many engagements were done with business community or residents or different types?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogger, overall we've done over 42 open houses, 60 meetings and events, and we've also done a number of surveys for the region.
Thank you.
Councilor Benjoko?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks for the presentation. I see, we've received quite a number of feedback from the community for generally speaking on this, and I think this has everyone's attention. Councillor Doga did ask about how many engagements and how much of public engagement you did. My question is similar, but I just want to know if we had any target percentage or target population or target businesses so that we would have been able to measure to know if we hit the target because of how sensitive and important this is.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, we don't typically set targets on projects like these. It's a region-wide project, and so for us to set a minimal target wouldn't really do any justice to the project. Over the period of the last 10 to 12 years, this project started in 2012. We started engaging on this project in 2015. 42 open houses is not something that we typically do for a project. This is one of a kind project, given its scale and its intensity and the impact it has on the community. We've tried to go over and beyond our typical standard that we would adopt for a project like this. In case of MDP, we did not do municipal development plan. We did not do 42 open houses. We didn't do 60 engagement sessions because this project has such a big impact on the community. We ensured that we went to every community. We've done several open houses in the urban service area, in every rural community, at least 3 of them, to be able to understand and get feedback from all the community members. Regardless of how much engagement we do, sometimes we get a lot of feedback, sometimes we don't, but this is the formal opportunity for public to come forward and bring their concerns to council in terms of any feedback that they want to provide. We're open to taking suggestions, taking it back, working on the document, but the document that you have in front of you today has been created with a lot of public engagement, with a lot of public insight and the feedback that we've received. So like I said, this is the formal opportunity for people to come forward and tell council these are what their concerns are and for us to address those concerns.
Okay, thank you. And I did hear you loud and clear that there was no target. And why I brought that up is I've gone to some of the engagements, and I think maybe we can do change some of the strategies, but that will be for another day. So the second comment is about we got some feedback and support from Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee and from Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committee, which shows I believe you might have engaged them directly. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, yes, we did engage with the 7 council-appointed committees.
Okay, so did you engage all the committees that would have had input, or just these 2?
No, through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, there were 7 committees that we engaged with.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Mama.
Thanks, Councilor Bajoko. And I don't see any other questions, man.
Accessory buildings are buildings that are subordinate and incidental to a principal building or a principal use on a parcel. Through engagement, administration received feedback that the current accessory building size regulations are restrictive, and residents expressed a desire for them to be increased. To address this changes have been made to the accessory building provisions. For example, for urban residential areas, the maximum permitted size for accessory buildings has been increased from 60 square meters to 100 square meters, subject to the maximum lot coverage permitted for that district. The current land use bylaw does not have distinct provisions for secans and instead applies the same accessory building provisions as for sheds and for garages. To address this gap, the proposed bylaw introduces clear provisions that guide how and where secans can be developed. For example, in the proposed bylaw, secans will only be allowed in institutional and industrial districts in the urban service area. However, secans will be allowed as discretionary uses in the rural service area, including in rural residential districts, provided that they are not unsightly and they are screened from roads. The provisions also allow the municipality to require secans to complement the principal building in exterior appearance. Small businesses that are appropriate in residential areas will continue to be allowed to operate out of homes. While there are no substantial changes to home business provisions, the proposed new land use bylaw has renamed the type of home businesses to add clarity. For example, the current home occupation use has been renamed to home business minor, whereas the current home business use has been renamed to home business major. A minor home business is one that has no impact on adjacent properties. These types of businesses do not have customers or clients coming to the home and do not require commercial vehicles. A development permit from Planning and Development Services will not be required for these businesses, and this will help residents to start their businesses sooner. On the other hand, a home business major has some potential impact on adjacent properties, for example, a nail salon. These businesses allow for up to 2 customers on site at any given time, and also allow for operators to have commercial vehicles to conduct the business. The land use bylaw has rules to ensure that potential impacts on adjacent properties from these businesses are mitigated. The rules for home businesses are also now displayed in a table for ease of use. This allows residents to easily find information to determine the type of business that is suitable for their needs. Following the spring 2020 flood, Council had passed motions directing administration to introduce enhanced flood provisions in the land use bylaw. The proposed bylaw introduces new provisions to regulate the use of land within areas that are prone to flooding. The intent of these provisions is to ensure that development in these areas can be undertaken in a safe manner. Under the proposed regulations, new residential developments will not be allowed in areas prone to flooding unless they are protected by flood mitigation measures or have habitable rooms above the 250.9 elevation. Renovations to existing buildings will only be allowed when they do not create habitable rooms that are designed for sleeping or living purposes and when they do not increase the building's floor area. However, low-intensity uses such as parks and parking lots, as well as new commercial, industrial, and institutional developments will continue to be allowed in these areas. The municipality has faced two major wildfire events over the past decade. To address this issue and to reduce the risk of wildfires, new provisions have been added to require fire-smart landscaping in high-intensity developments. The fire-smart provisions, for example, include only allowing fire-resistant trees to be planted within 10 meters of a principal building. These provisions will apply to only new commercial, institutional, industrial, and multi-unit residential developments. Provisions for retaining trees and shrubs on development sites have also been introduced to encourage the preservation of existing landscaping on sites. Based on feedback from council-appointed committees and stakeholders, changes have also been made to the accessible parking provisions to ensure that accessible parking stalls are located as close as possible to building entrances. Accessible parking stalls will also be required to be designed appropriately to ensure that users do not have to navigate behind parked vehicles. New provisions have also been added to require dedicated parking stalls for senior citizens. These stalls are only required for non-residential developments in the urban service area, and they will be part of the total parking spaces that are required for developments. One of the main gaps in the current land use bylaw is the lack of a variance authority for parking. To address this gap, the proposed bylaw introduces a variance authority that allows for some flexibility in reducing the parking stalls amount when the reduction can be supported by a parking study. For example, for developments that require over 250 parking stalls in the urban service area, the parking requirement could be reduced by up to 10% if that reduction is supported by a parking study. The proposed land use bylaw has been crafted to ensure safe and sound development in the municipality. It includes new development trends and focuses on red tape reduction and providing more user and business-friendly regulations. If approved, the proposed land use bylaw will come into effect on January 1st, 2026, allowing administration to identify and bring to council any matters that may need to be further addressed. It would also allow administration to educate stakeholders and the public on the new regulations, ensuring a smooth transition from the current 25-year-old bylaw to a new land use bylaw in 2026. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Question might actually be for communications. I'm just wondering, is this an abnormally long, do you have a mic? Yeah. Is this an abnormally long engagement to be going on for 10 years? Or I've never seen one since I've been here, but is that normal?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, thank you for the question. Yes, this is a very long public engagement. Just to put it in perspective, I've been here for 15 years, and since that time, we've been engaging the public on this. Has the strategy changed? Yes, it has. Has it evolved? Yes, it has. But it's safe to say this is our longest standing engagement file.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you again for the presentation. The aspect of parking spaces requirement. So you're saying the new bylaw will actually or could result in reduction of the parking spaces that are needed? And then I also want to know what is the procedure or requirement if if a business or a church or a gathering would want to have an agreement with their neighbor, what is the requirement? Is that changing? Because I know it's a little bit rigorous. If I remember correctly, you would or we would require some sort of agreement that is almost like entering into a contract with that neighbor, or could you clarify if anything has changed to reduce the hurdles that businesses have to cross?
Through the chair,
To Councillor Benjoko, thank you for the question, and thank you for allowing us to clarify this. Through the new land use bylaw, we are introducing a new provision by way of which we will be able to vary parking, but that would only apply to urban service area for up to 10% of parking stalls where parking stalls are over 250 in number. So really large developments that have a lot of parking stalls, if they give us a parking study to say that they can have lower parking and it's proven by engineering standards, then we would have the variance authority to reduce their parking numbers to up to 10%. If you look at some of the parking stalls, parking lots in the city, if you go to independent parking stall in Timberlea, half of that parking lot is for the most part empty all the time. Yes. If you go to Walmart's parking stall, half of that parking stall, so it's not very good use of space.
Yes.
Those parking stalls have to be maintained, so there's money that goes into it. They have to be cleared, they have to be shoveled and stuff like that. So considering that, we have sort of created a provision to reduce parking on certain sites that are over 250 in parking number by 10% in urban service area. In rural service area, we will have the ability, if the bylaw goes through, it'll authorize administration to have the ability to reduce parking stalls up to 20% for sites that have over 100 parking stalls. That is primarily because we don't see as much of a parking clutter in rural areas. In terms of sharing of parking, yes, we currently have a regulation in the land use bylaw that allows 20% of the parking to be situated on an adjacent site, I think within 100 meters of that site, yes, subject to the owners getting into a parking agreement with the next site to be able to share that parking. That provision will still stay in the land use bylaw and will still be honored.
Okay, so nothing changes with that?
No changes.
I think he has a comment about it.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjabo.
Duga? Thank you.
My apologies. No, I just wanted to add some clarity to that. In the new land use bylaw, for shared parking spaces or off-site parking, the distance that is currently required has been increased to 200 meters. Yes. This will add more flexibility when it comes to providing more opportunities to find parking lots where the businesses can enter into agreements with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. A couple questions, obviously, in the flood areas and accessory buildings. I'm just looking for the accessory building page. Quickly, I've got so many things open. Right now, so in under 2 hectares, basically 5 acres, you can have up to a maximum of 250 square meters for an accessory building. Over the 2 hectares, then you can have 350 square meters, if I'm reading that correctly. I guess, where did we come up with those numbers? And I guess, why wouldn't a 2-acre lot where a 350 square meter building would only be 4%? Because you can have up to 15% to a maximum of 250 or 350 meters. So if a 350 meter building on a 2-acre lot is only 4%, why would not we allow that?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the current land use bylaw regulations are more restrictive than what is being proposed today. In terms of the 2 acres, currently the maximum allowed is 140 square meters for lots that are under 2 hectares in size. That has been increased to 250. For lots that are greater than that there's no change. It stays at the maximum 350 square meters. The increase is based on feedback received from different stakeholders in the community. Does that answer the question? Sorry.
I guess so. I appreciate the increase. Like, I know a lot of residents are excited about the increase. The questions I'm getting from residents, though, is, if it's a maximum of 15% and 350 square meters is only 4%, so it's a third of what's actually allowed. So they could put 3 of these buildings up, but they can't. But they have to be separate because it takes up to 15%. Then why couldn't they just put a 350 meter, like one 350 square meter building on a 2-acre lot? or a 0.04 hectare lot?
Through the chair to Council Weigel, 350 square meters on a 2-hectare lot is a lot of space for an accessory building. Typically, the lot sizes that we see in Parsons Creek, for example, are about 400 square meters. And so we are now talking about 80% coverage of that 400 square meter lot as an accessory building on a residential lot.
Okay.
Typically,
Can I
residential.
stop you right there? I totally apologize. I'm talking rural.
Yeah, I'm talking rural residential districts.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. So rural residential districts, the primary purpose of that development is residential. The houses that we currently see in rural areas are not, a lot of times they're not even 350 square meters of ground coverage. And so an accessory building, by approving an accessory building that's over 350 square meters, we're changing the intent of the entire, residential classification. We'll have accessory buildings bigger than the houses. We understand in some cases, people want to store their boats or their RVs and stuff like that, but that 350 square meters should be more than sufficient to be able to accommodate, an RV, a boat, and stuff like that.
You mean the 350 square meters?
Yes.
And I'm in entire agreement. What I'm saying is that also like a 2-acre lot. So if you live out in Cypress Creek and you have a 2-acre lot,
Yeah.
they usually have the same type of recreational amenities or whatever you want to call it. And so you put a boat in there, a place for the kids, a side by side, a couple quads. You're like the 200. Going from 250 to 350 square meters is needed at that point. Right. And we can get into the conversation of commercial vehicles, but if you live out in Sapper and you've got, a driveway from, here to there, a skid steer isn't a commercial vehicle, it becomes a necessity. And so it's one of those, it's that battle. And so I'm just asking, did we benchmark the 250 to 350, or is there any reason why we couldn't go from 250 to 350 in a 0.4 hectare lot, which is 2 acres?
Right.
Ish.
So we have, again, to give you some context again, we have not changed the size of an accessory building for lots over 2 hectares.
We're in agreement to that, and I'm not looking to increase that one. I'm looking, can we increase the less one?
Yeah. So in those cases, the current regulation was 140, and we have increased it to 250 to be able to accommodate those uses, because that's what we've heard from the residents.
Yes.
A lot of lots in Sapre Creek, again, 250 going back to 250, the standard lot size in an R2 district, which is, mid-size lot that we would see, is about 270 square meters. And so 250, we believe, should be able to provide a lot of space for someone to store development. We are essentially looking at, when we're looking at 250, we are looking at a building that is 10 meters, 30 feet wide, or 32.4 feet wide by about 90 feet wide. Mm-hmm. That's a really big building for someone to be able to store, and this is in addition to the garage that they can already have attached to their building. So we believe 250 meters should be more than sufficient, in addition to the garage that people typically have attached to their attached house, to be able to service or store the kind of sort of toys that we have in the region.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And again, I want to say thank you. The increase is great. But so when you say we believe, that is just a number you guys came up with that was benchmarked against other municipalities, that was...
Through the chair, typically when we introduce typologies, we do a lot of background research as to, a standard RV is this much, a boat is this much. And so if you were to have, 2 RVs or a boat and some skids, how much area would we really need to be able to accommodate all of that stuff? So this goes back to, the typology calculation around how some of these numbers are calculated. I'll give you a small example for reference for the purposes of understanding. When we decide on lot size, we don't typically just come up with random numbers. We understand that lot size have to be functional. So what we do is we take the setbacks that's regulated by the province, which is 1.2 on a side, and then we take the 6-meter garage that's required to accommodate 2 cars. So 1.2 plus 6 meters, plus you need a functional space about 1.5 meters to be able to enter into the house for the gate that you would going to install at the property, and then you'd need 1.2 meters again on the side setback. So that's just a very vague calculation of how the width of a lot is calculated. So there's a lot that goes behind sort of deciding what number would be appropriate for a functional space. And that is all that has sort of gone into sort of creating that number.
Okay, thank you. My second question comes around the flood flood area. So as of right now, downtown is considered a flood area because it is not mitigated. Once the downtown is mitigated, is it still considered a flood area?
Through the chair, no, it would not be, because it would be protected by structural flood mitigation.
So once the downtown is flood mitigated, the only property in the municipality that is in the flood zone would be Draper.
That is correct.
Okay, so this bylaws is basically looking towards Draper, right? When we talk about repairs and building and stuff like that, we're basically talking about the community of Draper.
Through the chair, when we were crafting these regulations so again, to give you a little bit of background on this,
Sure.
These regulations had existed in the previous bylaw since a very, very long period of time. And in 2016, when the fires happened, these regulations were removed to be able to support development. We are just reintroducing them back to have safe developments, because in 2020, we've seen floods and how it impacted the community. We just want to promote safe and sound developments, and that's the reason why they've been reintroduced. Council also made a motion for us to reintroduce these regulations back in 2020. And so this is in response to one of the council's motions, whereby council wanted us to reintroduce these regulations.
No problem. And I appreciate the context. By no means am I trying to blame you for anything. If that sounds that way, I'm just trying to get conversations across. So I know that you're just presenting information. So I do appreciate it. Back then, obviously the flood level was a different area. Like we are now 1 in 200 versus the 1 in 100 that we're talking about. Have we looked at, and I educated myself this week, so if you know more about it, please jump in, but the save harmless agreements that other municipalities have or other districts have, where it takes the liability off the municipality. Obviously, there is multiple lots and multiple residences down in Draper that they had purchased below the flood level. You know, there's always been the conversation of, you know, some people knew that they were doing that, some people didn't know they were doing that. That conversation back and forth, whatever that lands, should they not be able to, if they deem the RMWB not liable, then be able to build or be able to, you know, continue to develop their land? That's why they bought it. That's why you buy large acreages, to be able to do it. And obviously, I think the one argument would be that public safety is an issue. But I don't think a flood is something that happens, like we don't have flash floods, we know they're coming. And so for them, if they wanted to build down there and then do a save harmless agreement, which my understanding is then relieves the RMWB of the liability, would that not make sense?
Through Chair, we have Chris Davis online, who is our legal expert on safe harmless agreements. I'll give you a little bit of information that I have, and then we'll defer this question to Chris. Typically, municipalities, when they approve developments, they are liable to ensure that anything that they're approving is safe and secure. Mm-hmm. Regardless of the same harmless agreements, it is the responsibility of the municipality to ensure anything that they're approving fits the criteria of safe development. So to me, and from a legal perspective, I don't necessarily see safe harmless agreements as a very effective tool. It has not worked out in other communities, like City of Edmonton. They've had issues back in time where the city had approved developments, people had signed some of these agreements, and the developments didn't work out, and the residents ended up suing municipality, and the municipality were held liable for it. We have Chris Davis online. Chris, would you please be able to respond to this question as well?
Thank you, Such, and through to Council. I think you've captured the general sentiment quite well. And just for Council's benefit, Chris Davis, Legal Counsel, External. The municipality has previously used safe harmless agreements, particularly in some of the communities that were affected both by fire and by flood. And one of the big challenges with a safe harmless agreement is that you have it signed by the existing property owner. But once they sell the property, unless the purchaser agrees to be bound by that same agreement, it doesn't flow with the title. So it's a personal covenant that you have to continue to enforce. And the other challenge probably is one of just political expediency. It's awkward when something happens in the future to come back on a citizen and say, aha, well, we've got you signing an agreement 10 years ago, and we believe that this protects the municipality when you've gone through a series of other decisions over time. So they're very challenging to provide the municipality with any kind of meaningful defense, and they can be very difficult to maintain and document, and as I mentioned earlier, have future purchasers be bound by. So I hope that helps, and I'm here to answer any further questions. Thank you.
May I speak to Chris? Thanks, Mr. Davids. I do appreciate that, and welcome back. Such talked about how in Edmonton safe harmless agreements were signed, and then the municipality has been held liable. Is that common what we see, or is that the one-off? Obviously, and there's always the rule and then the broken rule. Is it generally held up, or is it generally not held up? Like when we do the benchmarking and the back checks, where does it usually land?
I would, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, generally it's not the best practice. Benchmarking would suggest that it is an outlier to try and have safe, harmless agreements for some of the reasons I've just mentioned. Ultimately, you end up fighting a fight over a purported contract. And it's all about trying to defend the municipality from making future decisions. Council ultimately is charged with the responsibility, like this evening, on a public hearing, to make decisions that are in the overall best interests of the municipality. And it would be perhaps misguided to put any real stock in a safe, harmless agreement. The real decisions are placed before council in hearings like this. So short answer, not the common practice, and presents some real challenges in terms of a bona fide legal defense. So not recommended on my part.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you coming up. Mr. Mayor, if this next comment seems like it's a debate, I can hold it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Does it seem like if somebody purchased a property in Draper and we're now changing the use of their land, does that not change the prescribed value of that land because they purchased at a certain price expecting to be able to do a certain thing? We change the ability of what they can do down there with there's no compensation, there's no change. We're just changing the rules, and then they just have to live by them. And I realize that there's been a flood, and some people had a choice of a buyout, but other people didn't. And so, but where they want to develop is under the flood area there. And so, what happens then?
To the chair, by no means we are land appraisers, and so for us commenting on how it changes land value probably wouldn't be appropriate. I do recognize that every time there's a land use change, it affects property values regardless of it be going up or down. Draper, as we understand, is a challenge area with the provision of flood, not really the risk of floods on one side and slopes on the other side, and so anybody purchasing a property in Draper will have challenges, regardless of them buying it on the slope side or on the flood side. It's not the most, I'd say, easily developable community. For new developments, the regulations would apply. For any of the existing houses that are currently in Draper, these regulations wouldn't apply. The only thing that it would apply to is if they were to develop more habitable space. So if you have a house, you can continue to use that house as a house. If you want to add an extension to the house, the habitable space will have to be over 250.9. Outside of that, for the existing houses, there's no real change. The house can still continue to exist. They can still use the property as residential if they've been using it for residential purposes. There's no, so to say, negative, let me not use the word negative impact. There's no impact the current use of the property.
Okay, so if there's an existing house with a walkout suite that's now habitable, but it's below the main floor joist, can they still do it? Can they still use it as a habitable space? And can they do renovations to that area, pulling a permit to improve that area because it's already a legal suite?
Through the chair, yes. The only thing that they cannot do is increase habitable space. They will still be able to have the basement suite if it was approved through a valid development permit. They can continue to use that land or that area as habitable space if it was approved through a valid development permit. What they cannot do is add more habitable area below 250.9.
Okay. I have one more question, but I need to read a little bit before I
Let me provide a
ask
little
it.
bit more clarification.
Yeah.
If someone chooses to develop their basement and they want to do it for the purposes of storage, they will still be allowed to do that. They just cannot have living quarters or bedrooms and stuff like that in that area.
But if there's already existing bedrooms,
If it's existing bedrooms, it was approved through a development permit, they can continue to use it as such.
okay, I'll come back to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to presenters, just to follow up with Councillor Stu's question. So right now they're grandfathered. Any new development, let's say everything is passed tonight, when does the new bylaw take effect for land use for a purchaser? Would it be effective January 1st? So if the contract date, if someone buys a property in Draper Road, are they still eligible for grandfathering up to January 1st, or is it when title changes?
Through the chair, like I mentioned before, the development permits don't really flow with the owners, they stay with the property. So if the property has a legal basement suite, it'll continue to exist until eternity if it's approved. So regardless of the property changing hands, the basement suite, legal basement suite, it doesn't go away. It still stays there.
Sorry for the confusion. If I go buy a house on December 31st in Draper and want to develop my basement, which is below the 250, is that still permissible because these bylaws haven't been approved? And if I buy it on January 2nd, am I still grandfathered, or is it when I take title, or is it when the contract's written? Because right now, if you own a property in Draper, you can develop your basement under 250, correct?
Through the chair.
Habitable.
Yes,
can make it habitable.
There are no regulations right now to prohibit it. But yes, yeah, you're correct.
For anybody that's maybe thinking about buying a property,
Yeah,
when's the deadline? Is it,
1st of January 2026.
so that's when the contract before signed, or he has to take, or she has to take title by January?
We do not go by the contract. A development permit has to be submitted
Ian, before
prior to-
January 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Just two other questions, and one goes back to senior parking. Why not in the rural? What was the rationale for no senior parking required in the rural?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, the senior parking that is currently being proposed in the new land use bylaw only applies to a certain type of developments, large-scale commercial and institutional developments, and that is only applicable in the urban service area. In the rural service area, there's no requirement to provide that senior citizen parking. However, if developers are interested in providing it, then they still can provide senior citizen parking. The land use bylaw does not restrict them from providing it. It just doesn't require them.
What age constitutes a senior for this purpose?
Through the chair, 65 years.
65? And then how do we identify? And the only reason I ask is there's senior parking at McDonald Island, and I've watched 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds park there and get out because there's no identification. So again, I go back to enforcement and how does someone who's a senior, is there a pass that they can pick up that identifies their vehicle as a senior vehicle?
Through the chair, we do not currently have passes for seniors. And so there'll be two ways to enforce it. Number one, bylaw can enforce it. Number two, the property owners, I also believe, have the ability, if they go through bylaw, they get the authority to ticket parking on their site. So the property owners, I believe, can also do it. We will have to sort of come up with a mechanism to identify seniors' cars, similar to accessible or disabled parking cars where you have a tag. And then we would be able to implement it a little bit more effectively. Right now, it's only through bylaw, or if the property owners want to go through bylaw to take a course to ticket, they can do that.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, it's going to be difficult to enforce if bylaw is going to have to wait for an hour or 2 hours to someone come to a vehicle if we don't.
Through the
Have a
chair,
way.
yes, we understand that.
One last question. In the land use bylaw, what changes did we make to, I read it, drive-throughs? I mean, I still look at even the one downtown at Starbucks, that can be quite complex for people parking and trying to get out when there's a lineup. And the one that really sticks out is the one at Dairy Queen up in Eagle Ridge, where are we still going to continue to design drive-throughs with that in mind, or?
Through the chair, the current land use bylaw, one of the changes regarding drive-throughs in the current land use bylaw is as it relates to drive-throughs in the downtown. Currently, the current land use bylaw restricts drive-throughs in certain districts. For example, in CBD1, which is the district that covers the area where we are currently, drive-throughs are not allowed as a use. With the proposed change, drive-throughs will be allowed in all throughout the downtown. Regarding design, the land use bylaw has regulations that guide how drive-throughs should be designed. For example, all the queuing spaces that are required for a drive-through service should be provided on the site. The entrance to drive-throughs should also not be off a main road, and those regulations guide how drive-throughs can be designed on a lot. In terms of specific designs, it will be based on the proposal that we receive from the developer, and that will be reviewed along with other departments to ensure that the design is appropriately accommodated on the site.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, do you have a lot of complaints, not you or enforcement, about the drive-through up in Eagle Ridge or even the one in Lower Townside at Starbucks? Do you get people complaining, or is it just, or am I the only one that thinks there might be an issue?
Through the chair, we don't, I haven't heard
No,
of any
I know
complaints.
you don't, but do we know if?
We'll probably have to check with bylaw. I don't believe
But there's no one's
they're here,
here,
but I don't think we'll get a lot of complaints. We used to get complaints for Tim Hortons drive-through on
Right.
Thickwood.
Off of Hardin Street or whatever, but.
And then the Tim Hortons drive-through here in downtown as well. I haven't really heard of complaints for the Starbucks drive-through or the Dairy Queen drive-through in Timberley.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Every portion is very well done. I just want to ask a little small question. Maybe I don't know. Councillor Funky covered it up, not. With the influx of the immigrants, there is quite a load of population, and the trend of the incoming people are joint family. And in one of the families, in a normal Canadian way, there are 2 vehicles or 1 RV. But the immigrants, there are 6 to 7 vehicles. I have seen 8 and 9 also. And, there's not in small houses, not then it's overcrowding. Is there any possibility that, some Parkdale are built up or planned so that, and particularly on the snow removing day, weekly basis, there's a lot of confusion and a lot of people get the tickets also. So can we think of something like centrally parked date, like building or manufacturing or not?
Through chair, we can consider parking spaces at the stage of outline plan or area structure plan. That wouldn't be the subject of the land use bylaw. We won't
Or
be
any
able
other
to,
planning of the municipality?
That's what I'm saying through the chair.
Not
when
yet.
we craft hierarchy of plans, we can look to see how we can accommodate additional parking spaces within the communities. The land use bylaw would not deal with it. It's not the subject of the land use bylaw to deal with community parking spaces.
Thank you.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for Chris Davis, if he's still on the line.
Councillor, I'm here.
Thank you. In the Alberta Bill of Rights, in the amendment that just happened, I believe, last December or November, the fall, anyways, of 2024, it expanded the rights, the property rights for an individual, so they cannot be deprived of the enjoyment of their property. How would this affect the bylaw here? I guess the land use bylaw here for Draper.
Through the chair, that's a very interesting question. Changes to the Bill of Rights don't come very often, and changes were proposed by the government and went through the Conservative Party's annual meeting as well back in early November. The proposed changes were going to be far more extensive, and what we ended up with was a modest series of changes. In particular, there were some amendments that affected property rights. And historically, the bylaw was cautious, the Bill of Rights was cautious about property rights because for the very reason that this issue deserves some comment today. The land use bylaw is a requirement under Section 640 of the Municipal Government Act. Every municipality must have a land use bylaw. And Section 640 of the Municipal Government Act is a valid piece of legislation passed by the province of Alberta. The Bill of Rights is also a valid piece of legislation. And it now introduced a concept that there is to be some notion of property rights captured in the Bill of Rights. And one of the amendments indicated that it was one of the rights, but then this would be similar to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms on a federal basis. One of the rights introduced included under Section 1 sub 1A, the right of the individual to a liberty, A.1, the right to the enjoyment of property and the right not to be deprived thereof, except to the extent authorized by law and except by due process of law. And then there was a second section talking about no taking of property without authorization by law and including compensation. And these are principles which have been in Alberta law for decades, but they weren't captured in the Bill of Rights. So today, Council, in looking at and considering a land use bylaw, is simply making a decision in a public hearing process about whether or not to take a 1999 bylaw and replace it by a 2025 bylaw. And part of the objective was to update and make more streamlined many of the terms and processes in that land use bylaw. So it's important in this job that Council's being charged with to recognize that having a land use bylaw is actually a legal requirement, and that is considered arguably due process of law. Council's following the Municipal Government Act and the mandatory requirement to have a land use bylaw. And one of the, I think, important statements in the Municipal Government Act is Section 617, and I won't try and put it on the overhead, but it's in the MGA and most of you have access to it. But in that section, it talks about the purpose of Part 17 of the Municipal Government Act, which is all the planning stuff. And it does recognize that all of the provisions in planning legislation affect us as individuals. And what it tries to do in the planning legislation and in the land use bylaw is to achieve orderly, economical, and beneficial development and try and improve the quality of our environment that we live in. And I think this is the important conclusion. Without infringing on the rights of individuals for any public interest, except to the extent that is necessary for the overall greater public interest. And the courts are always being asked to determine, what does that mean, the overall greater public interest? And in some cases, the courts have said, well, council gets to decide what the overall greater public interest is because you make decisions every day on rezonings and land use bylaws and that sort of thing. Others have said, well, maybe it shouldn't just be council. But the important thing is that there's a balancing that occurs between my rights and your rights and the rights of the community. And that's all done through something like the land use bylaw. And I believe that that will still meet the test under the amended Alberta Bill of Rights, the amendments being passed in December. And ultimately, if someone feels that they're somehow their property rights, their right to enjoy their property is somehow they're deprived of that, then they can always bring an application and challenge the bylaw in the courts and bring forward a case that suggests why they've lost or been deprived of their rights. But land use bylaws affect us. The rules in the land use bylaw affect us. It definitely says that I can't do everything on my parcel of land, but Section 617 of the MGA says that's part of the balancing that we have to deal with in order to have a democratic society. Sorry about the long answer, but I hope that puts it all in context.
No, I appreciate that. And without going down the rabbit hole too far, I'm just going to get a couple questions to that because I know that we could debate this all the way. And so prescribed enjoyment of property, and then obviously due process and need a land use bylaw. In a legal standpoint, where does that infringe or not? Because we can make a land use bylaw that you can't have a house there because it's in a certain area, so all you can do is put up a park bench and enjoy this land, all the way to letting anything go. And so at what point do we decide what's enjoyment, what's prescribed due process, and where do we find that balance?
It's not easy, and there's been many cases right up to the Supreme Court of Canada trying to figure out how to make the charter rights. How do we determine what our charter rights are, and how do we measure them? Because just because I have a right doesn't mean that my right might not be fettered in some way. So there's a test called the Oakes test that has been applied federally on the charter. And it looks at proportionality. It goes through questions like, is there an infringement? And is it prescribed by law? Well, yeah, if I have a land use bylaw, that's an infringement on my rights. Is the purpose of the law pressing and substantial? Well, yes, we need a land use bylaw. It's prescribed by Section 640. Is the law rationally connected to the purpose? We're trying not to have laws that are capricious or are not determinable. So I think this process of going through a public hearing allows the community to come forward and raise concerns and questions. That would be an argument to say, well, that's a rational connection. Does the bylaw minimally impair the infringed right? And again, I'm applying the federal Oakes test to this new Alberta amendment. Overall, how are we affecting someone's rights? Well, the courts have said no one has a right to a development. Just because you have land, that doesn't give you a right to do everything you want on it. You have to bring forward an application that goes through a process. There are local statutory plans that are involved, and the land use bylaw. All of these things potentially affect someone's right to use their property. And finally, do the positive effects of the law outweigh the negative effects of the infringement? So that's Section 617 of the MGA. How do we balance the rights of the individual for the overall community benefit and the greater public interest? And those questions will continue to be tested by and through the courts. And fortunately, we're just describing this in a general sense today and not in the specifics of an application. And hopefully that will give council some comfort in knowing that what you're doing in reviewing this land use bylaw should stand up to a review under Alberta's Bill of Rights.
No, I appreciate that. Two more questions, and then I'll let somebody else speak. McGrath's been waiting patiently. I know he's tough to stay quiet over there. In your Oaks test, I don't know which point it was. I think it was about the third or fourth in there. You talked about community coming forward and speaking to the issue. This being a public hearing, we're only allowed to take information that is brought forth in this hearing and not from the outside, as I understand it. And so if there was more people speaking for something than against it, would that not then sway us towards like the Democratic side of this?
Through the chair, no. You're charged as council. There are requirements under the MGA on what you as a council are expected to do. And one of the things that you're asked to do as a council in the MGA is to consider what's important in the overall community interest. It's not, I hate to say it, it's not a popularity contest. If you have, 30 people for and only 5 against, does that mean that the 30 should prevail? No, it's simply information that you take in as a council, and that's one of your great challenges that you are charged with when you're elected as public officials, is that you have to weigh the community's input, you have to consider your own values and judgments and your own experience in making decisions, and you must also weigh out your responsibilities under the MGA. So it's tough, especially if in some instances your decisions may appear to go against the popular sentiment. And I will say in 2017, that issue came before this council, and the decision made in 2017 on a particular land use matter was not popular, but council made that decision at that time. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. And last question. You said that if somebody felt like their rights were gone against, they could put an application to the court and appeal it. If the court then favors the applicant, then would that overturn our decision here? What happens at that point if they appeal to the court and they're found in favor?
So there's a lot of different processes whereby appeals can occur. If there's a development permit, appeals can be made on a decision to either approve or to refuse. One party or the other can appeal to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, or in limited circumstances to the Provincial Land and Property Rights Tribunal. So there are routes of appeal. And then an individual could build their Alberta Bill of Rights concern into that argument. That's one opportunity. Another opportunity, if an individual feels that their rights are being trampled on, is that they could make a court application to King's Bench, and the court could consider it under judicial review. And if the court agreed with the applicant that their rights were breached under the Bill of Rights, the court could make a ruling, and any provision of a law or a bylaw, since municipalities now are intended to be captured under the umbrella of the Bill of Rights, if it was found that it was improper, the court could strike that particular provision, but it would leave the rest of the legislation intact.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. The land use, it took over a decade. I've been here for a decade. Probably, I think this is my 500 meeting. And land use, Fort McMurray and Wood Buffalo and the rurals have gone up and down like a horse in a sleigh, because I believe at one point we were going to dress up the escarpment down on the Riverview, like with City Hall, stuff like that. So I think to be fair to ye people, I know Sasha, you do a great job, and Amanda, and planning and development. You've had a fly-by-night administration come in from Winnipeg all over the place. Have their plans. The city center, for example, was over a $150 million envelope. We'd be broke today if we had to build the arena, because I'm still trying to search for the 3,500 parking spots when me and Don had the trouble to park a place at the oil sands. Hey, boy. I mean, the oil sands, we had her filled up by 4 o'clock on Friday. So people that live here can't understand it. And Draper, just so you know about Draper, and we're talking about the area structure plan, as kids, and Shane can tell you because he was the boss back then, but Gerald Ackerman always done a better job on the roof, and still do.
Right now, Councilor Grass,
Sorry,
question?
sorry, I got a question.
We'll get to the debate
The area
later.
structure plan, so how did the municipality from ID 18, when they took Draper from ID 18, how did they take it? Did they take it in situ as agricultural land, or did they get it from the government as developable land? And my question, Mayor Bowman, is this. While we decide here tonight, I've seen myself, I'm going to ask you a question. Can it be vetoed by the province and by the feds? So if we vote for this tonight, is it done forever? Or can Daniel Smith or Carnegie or Brian Tobin, whoever's in Ottawa nowadays, can he take it away from you?
Might be a question for legal.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, because I'm sorry, Mayor Bowman, I should have went to legal. I thought that he worked here at one point and was part of this process, but I think he's still on the line. That's probably great question for him, because...
Mr. Davis? Thanks, Keith.
Through the chair, I'd be very happy to answer, Councillor.
Welcome
McGrath.
back too, sir. We're glad to have you. The history that you hold, I think it's good to have you around, you know?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Feds don't have any direct connection to this legislation. The land use bylaw is under the MGA. It's a provincial statute. And yes, there is some legislation that the province introduced fairly recently whereby they could intervene in legislation. And more importantly, if the province ever believes that there is an issue with the municipality, they've again also introduced relatively recent legislation that gives the province more powers. Before, it used to be they had the powers to conduct an investigation. The powers now could be a little bit more expeditious. So there is always a possibility. My understanding and experience is that the province is unlikely to intervene in a local bylaw, like a land use bylaw, where it's gone through its proper public hearing process, where there's been an opportunity for the community to weigh in on legislation and to be heard, and that proper processes have been followed. So that's normal expectation. That doesn't say that somebody might not challenge any bylaw. There are procedural questions that can be challenged within a relatively short time frame. It's relatively narrow, challenging bylaws once they've gone through this public hearing process. So that always exists, but if council follows its normal practices and legislation, the bylaw should not be subject to challenge.
Through the chair, back to external legal. Given the fact of the human rights challenge in the last fall to the Alberta government, would it be savvy of this municipality just to hold for a couple of weeks until we investigate what kind of impact this is going to have on the bylaws we create?
Through the chair, it's always up to council to decide if you need additional information. I certainly, if council had a specific legal question that it wanted answered, we can always get a more complete answer with more details. It's a very interesting question, given the change in legislation, whether that would have an impact on a land use bylaw. And my comments earlier tonight are yes, it does have an impact, but it shouldn't prevent you from going forward with this public hearing process and listening to the community. And if you need a legal opinion prior to second reading, council could always perhaps continue the process and then seek additional comfort through a legal opinion that would help clarify some of the questions that have come out as a result of this recent change to the Alberta Bill of Rights.
Okay, back through the chair to the legal again. The feds in the province, we approved an area structure plan, development plan for the downtown core, given the fact that we were going to build to 298 back in 2004, 2005. And then we allowed development up to 298 and a half. So we built the road top. We done areas 1 and 2. It cost us $200 a square meter, and that was due to the fact that the province came to the municipality and said, "This is what you have to build to. This is the dike that you have to build to." So that became not 50 million, as Mr. Carberry said. Now we're at about $500 million. But it wasn't bad enough that we built to 299. And the feds came along and done the 100 and 100-year flood. They wanted to build to 300. So we had the road profiles done on I call it Marine Drive. Or some say it's, I call it Peden's Way or whatever. You know where I'm talking, where the bouncy castles are out there again this year and the roads are closed down. It's Prairie Creek. Yeah, Clearwater Drive? Clearwater Drive. But the nicest street it could have been in Alberta. But we've done so good a job at it, we're going to build a berm now again. So my question still remains. Well, what I hear today is that the feds and the province don't have a whole lot, but back to legal, I was here, like, a lot of people think I'm on the beer at 12 o'clock, but them days are gone, they done. We don't be on the beer at 12 o'clock, we're kind of working. So the province and the feds are after costing this municipality about $400 million just over the downtown dike to allow development. So my questions are real. And back to legal. When the dust settles, the people that are taking the province to task and they're right. I bought a piece of property in Canada and I want to put 4 chickens on it. Well, I'm going to go to the process. And if I'm not happy with the city's answer, I'm going to go to the next envelope. Because the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the feds take what they want, they pass the rest of the province, and then we have the end of the barrel, the meat and bones. So when I look at this, great job.
Just your question.
Yeah, the question is, how much weight do we put in that the feds and the province don't manipulate or articulate our area structure plan? Because they have, to the tune of $400 million. That's what people forget here. And we're not finished yet. Who's to say the feds are not going to come back next year like they did? And we just received, we're going to build a dike another meter high. And that's what we did, folks. So I'm sorry if I got a good memory. Sorry if I needle people for questions, but this is pretty damn important. It's not your fault that it's been 12 years lagging. But I don't think there's a municipality in Canada that went without this for 12 years. This changes as that chair changes. That's got to stop. And we have to set a good foundation so that everybody has an equal right to build in this community. And that's where the rubber. So the question is, before I vote tonight, I'd like to have a guarantee that what's happening in the province and the civil litigation is going to start is not going to impact us as councillors. Because all I hear is it's up to council. I can tell you the bylaws in place today don't give council a whole lot of right or oversight. There's decisions made, we don't know. But the question is, I'd like to have Mayor Bowman the courtesy or even the acknowledgement that as an elected official, we can say that the feds and the province don't override what you got printed. There's no cost impact, and what's ahead of the courts today, the first in Alberta, to take them to the task. I think they're important questions. And if we waited 12 years for this, maybe we wait another month. I'm not sure. But I'm putting it out there because I only got one face. The face you see here is the face you got in private or the face you got in public. So that's my question, Mayor Bowman. I think it's a fair question.
And who's the question? Who you asked?
The question is, can we have insurance? You might laugh funky. This is not picture taking. This is serious business. We got $400 million spent. $400 million spent downtown, and the feds in the province haven't given us a chew. So the question is, this document, when we say it's good, do the feds turn around the next day and say it's no good, or do the province say it's no good? We report to the province, not the feds. But the feds did articulate our rebuild of that road down there. Nobody got a nickel for it. So we just take it. Do we keep on taking it and let our place go bankrupt? Maybe that's better. You become a quiet old guy around council chambers, agree with everything, no sweat.
Okay, I think
So the question is, I asked you two questions, so I'm good with that. I'd like the questions delivered back before I vote. Because we're dealing with people's lives. I've seen 4 houses downtown that was done in 2010, and them houses, and I said, was a road to nowhere, and we never used the land. So we got to be mindful of the history around this horseshoe. I ain't affecting nobody's life. Not over a plan. I want to be insured.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone disagrees. And I think we can, if this passes, we can address to the province if there may be changes.
I can't pass it until I'm assured of I got the right information.
I'll ask external legal, Chris Davis, is there an assurance that, just correct me if I get this correct, Councilor McGrath, I'm just going to articulate that question to Chris Davis to answer. Did you ask the question? You turn your mic on. He can't hear you, Councilor McGrath. Turn your mic on. Go ahead.
The reason why I asked him those two questions, because one I already know the answer to, the feds and the province did manipulate our plan with the road construction. They changed it twice. We had to build it twice. I'm not making this stuff up. I lived it. And now, out of pocket, we're running out of that big industry money. And the next generation are going to have to pay $5,000, $6,000 a year for taxes if we're not careful. That's
So we'll put this question to Chris Davis if he can answer it. Chris, I believe the question Councilor McGrath is asking is if we pass this bylaw, can the province come in to make changes that would affect it? And I guess if we don't pass the bylaw and we still stick with the bylaw we have from 1999, can the province come in with changes that could change that? Is that pretty clear, Councilor McGrath?
I think, yeah, because if we lived with this since 1999, another couple months is not going to hurt it, because I think this will be a precedent setting.
Okay, I just want to see if Mr. Davis can answer that. Thanks.
Well, through the chair, and I will do my best to try and answer Councillor McGrath's inquiry. Well, first of all, there is the province can always amend the legislation. So the Municipal Government Act that covers so much of what you as council do and what the municipality does is a creature of the provincial statute. They can always change it, and they can write the rules. When it comes to setting elevations for flood mitigation, etc., both the feds and the province have had a role. The feds largely through their fisheries and oceans aspects, but also through their environmental legislation, and the province as a result of its emergency management programs and legislation and environmental. So there is a bit of a dance between the municipality and these other levels of government, especially when we're looking historically for relief from disasters. And that's always been what hangs over is whether or not we meet their requirements in order to qualify. And the question of future relief, I know, is a much bigger question than tonight's issue of land use bylaw. When it comes to the land use bylaw itself, there is an aspect that's flood related. There are maps that are created and are part of the land use bylaw that are directly as a result of work done by the province of Alberta, public lands, and by their geo mapping folks. They establish what they believe to be the floodway and flood spillover areas. And those maps in turn are imported into our land use bylaw. And I know, and staff, Director Owens and her team can respond to this, but we've been in regular communication, and I say we, the RMWB, has been in communication with the province and their flood mapping branch to look at what happens when the downtown berm along the Clearwater and the flood mitigation measures are completed. Will we be able to change our mapping in RMWB to make it more amenable for development, better for insurers, better for legal real estate and investment? And that's something I know administration's working towards, and the land use bylaw maps will have a direct relationship to potential redevelopment of the downtown in the area below the historical flood limitations. So it's a big question, Councillor McGrath, and I think some of your question is far beyond the scope of tonight's land use bylaw. But anything that you've got a question about that's related to the land use bylaw, I'll certainly, with council's direction, endeavor to come back to council with an answer before you proceed to second reading.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Thanks, Councillor McGrath.
Through the chair, to the question, if I can just address one part of the question that was asked initially, and that was around whether or not this land use bylaw can be changed. It can be amended at any time. And one thing to keep in mind is if it does get passed tonight, it doesn't come into effect until January 1st of 2026. It gives administration a chance to run all of our permits through both land use bylaws so we can catch any issues or concerns that we have with this new version of the land use bylaw. So to answer the question around whether or not it can be changed, yes, it can be amended. Thank you.
To add to that, if I may, Your Worship, we also plan to come in front of council prior to this bylaw coming into effect to change anything that we feel is not working out for the community. So there's always possibility of us sort of taking, if the council approves this bylaw tonight, and if through our processes we figure out this particular regulation is not working or is not really suitable for XYZ purposes, we do plan to come in front of council before the bylaw comes into effect to amend that particular regulation or that section.
Yes, for sure. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And first, I'd like to address my colleague here who is intimidated by my smiles. That I'm smiling doesn't mean I'm not taking this very seriously as I should. Thank you, thank you, Councillor McGrath. Thank you. So I actually have some concerns about this bylaw going forward.
Just for clarification for all of council, not just you, Councilor Joko, once the public hearing is closed, then we get any concerns of another direction council wants to go in or other concerns they have. Right now, it's just for information gathering. So we gather information from administration, gathering information from the written responses from the community, whether in for or against, as well as everyone in the gallery has a chance to get forward and we collect that information. Once the information is collected, then we go into concerns you may have, that sort of thing. But right now, it's just questions for administration.
Yeah, my concern is leading me to a question.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question to you, Mr. Mayor, is that we got all this, so many information within the past 12 hours, 24 hours. Would you say we have done justice looking at all this documents?
As I said, today is collecting information and fact finding. We're able to get some information. Once the public hearing is closed, then if a councillor wanted to make a motion to defer to gather more information,
Yes.
we can do it at that time. But right now, as the public hearing is open, right now it's only fact finding. We can only ask questions of administration, take in the stuff they've written us if we do that, as well as listen to the public that's here. Once we finish questions for administration, the next step we'll be taking is a 20-minute break for us to read any of the information that we received this evening after this meeting started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is to administration now. Would you say that the information, the package that we got, that you have all this information before bringing forward this bylaw changes? Or are they new to you? Because we have a flood of emails and messages for and against. So my question to you is, did you get this same information? And after getting all the inputs, you have done your due diligence before coming forward with what you did?
Through the chair, the information available to administration as in planning and development is the same information that's available to public. We do not get emails that you get as councillors. Public can send you emails. They don't necessarily have to send those emails to us. So the information that you have may be very different that we may have. What I can assure you is everything that we've heard through the public engagement, we've considered it and we've incorporated in the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. That's fair. Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
Thanks, Councilor Bajoko. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to administration, I'm not sure whether it's Chris or yourself I just want to get clarity because of something I heard. I just want to understand. I was of the understanding that the province only required a 1 to 100 year flood mitigation and that it was council, not the province or the feds, that elected to go to the 200 years. That not correct?
Through the chair, the motions that council approved in 2020, as far as I remember, specifically mentioned 250.9.
Correct.
And that's what we have incorporated in the land use bylaw. If council feels that 259 is not an appropriate elevation, council can choose to bring it down to 248. Council can choose to remove that restriction from the land use bylaw. That's within council's prerogative. But we were specifically, through council's motion, asked to bring back regulations to 250.9, and that's what we've done.
So it was council that did it, not the province or the feds. That's the point I'm trying to get, because I needed that understanding, because that's what I had understood it to be. My second question is, how many times have you appeared before council to educate us on this, and for how long?
Through the chair, in the last 26 years, we've been in front of council 216 times at the very least for land use bylaw amendments. Every time we've been in front of council, there would have been conversations about land use bylaw. So I'm assuming that's the minimal number that council would have heard from planning and development about amendments to land use bylaw. In addition to that, there would be more amendments that wouldn't have gone through. And so I'm assuming, 216 is the conservative number that I'm talking about. This topic comes in front of council at different, presentations in terms of area structure plans, land use amendments, MDP. And so I personally think there would have been a lot of opportunities where we would have presented to council on the subject.
Thanks, Such. Like in my mind, it's been numerous times with how many community consultations, how many hits on, our media and social media coverage. So I just needed to know how many, because, it seems that we're always doing it. Now, our previous one, amendments, this is a living document. Can I describe it as that? Because I believe that's how you've described it in the past.
Absolutely, yes.
And we're never going to get it right time, correct?
Regardless of what you do, you will never get it right. Tomorrow, if a new technology, a new building technology is out in the market, this document would be outdated and we'll have to do amendments to it.
Okay, and so the province through the MGA requires us to have one of these.
Absolutely.
And it's a living document that can be amended as circumstances change moving forward, correct?
It is a living document that can be amended prior to it even coming into effect.
Okay, so the fact that it's a living document, we can't go without this. So we've either got one that's 20 years old with no updates, or we've got a current one that still has the ability to be amended and responsive to the needs of our community, to the evolution of our community, to the demands of our community. It can always be brought back, amended, and changed moving forward. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
All right, thank you. I just needed clarity because it sometimes sounds like this is a document that's the end-all be-all, but it's a living document that always evolves, always changes, and always moves forward from what I gather from yourselves.
Through the chair, you're absolutely correct. This document can be changed in the next council meeting.
All right, thank you kindly, Such.
Thanks, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A very brief question. That we are discussing all this presentation, it carries about 4 parts, what I have seen. Rural areas, urban areas, agricultural land, industrial land. Can we make it in two presentations? Like we may deal with 2 today and 2 later, so that there's a deliberation. But the delay that we did it in the past, we should not hurry it up now.
Once the public hearing is closed, you can make a recommendation.
So I'm asking the question, can we do it or not?
We can do whatever we want, but once the public hearing is closed, after we ask question administration, after the public has a chance to speak, then if you want to make a recommendation like that, you could make a motion, something like that.
Sir, it is a question, can we do it or not?
Yeah, we can after the public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, and certainly, I guess being around here for a while, there's no development stopped here. Everything's business as usual. Like you say, it's a living document that we've had for the last over a decade. So I appreciate that. Now, to make things cool through the chair sash, it was council's decision to take the Alberta initiative and direction to build in that floodplain, because if something happened in the downtown core, we didn't, nobody would be insured. There'd be no relief. There'd be no disaster relief fund, and that was all discussed. So to say that it wasn't council that directed build a dike by the Sari, the height of Sari, it was the province that said if you don't build to this design, we're not going to give you any relief. If you want to go back in the notes, I would say after tonight, the first thing we do through the chair, Mayor, can we bring that back to council and educate the people that seem to forget where we are today because we just take it sitting down? So if you could, I just ask, if you could go back and find the day that we voted in council to go with the province and their initiative, that's what it was about, Sash.
I think we can get administration to do that.
I would like that. I would like that because too often we hear these one-offs and we're left with that council. Council didn't want to spend $500 million on a dike downtown. Not a chance. And I think the feds did say, they proposed we build to their flood. Yeah. And I think it was the feds that owned 15 meters inside that in the park. That's okay. I don't want to go on a rant, but we spent $500 million because we didn't have to. Not that we voted for. So to make things right, I think the public should know that exactly what's being dissipated here this evening is the uneducated showboating.
And we can bring that back to council. Councilor Rat, that meeting minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
My turn. This was section in page 56 of this such or Amanda. The minimum 5.19.3, a minimum development setback of 50 meters is required from the top bank of any water body unless professional geotechnical engineering study demonstrates to the satisfaction of the development authority that a lesser setback of a minimum 30 meters is warranted. What was the previous before this? What was the previous bylaw for this?
Through the chair, so setbacks from water bodies are governed through different regulations. The first one comes in at the stage of subdivision, in which case the MGA requires that a setback of not less than 6 meters be secured for any subdivisions right next to a river, water gully, ravine, and 6 meters is the minimum. In case of developments close to water bodies, specifically in case of Draper, when Province subdivided land, the area of Garden Lane, they secured a setback of 100 meters. And from the water body to the developable land, you will see an environmental reserve lot all across the horseshoe that has 100-meter land reserved for river to flow, and no development can occur on that land. Now, in case of different setback, again, to give you a little bit more context, my apologies, we have also observed that in certain cases, in certain parts of Draper, in the last 15 years, land has eroded by up to 20 meters on particular sections of horseshoes. And so back in time, the width of the land was, say, 100 meters. If you look at it today, it's only 80 meters now because 20 meters has been eroded. So the development setback comes from different sort of scenarios. The province guides the development setbacks to be 30 meters, and that is what we have been adopting. We assess the situation based on where the land is and how quickly it is going to erode away. And it's sort of assessed based on that development pattern. In the current scenario, we have said we will still maintain that 30 meters subject to us having some assurance that by a professional engineer or somebody that can say that this land is going to stay in its place. If in the next 10, 20 years, 20 meters of it is going to erode away again, you're left with 30 meters only. And eventually that 30 meters would also be gone. So there are different, so to say, pieces of legislation that come into play when deciding setbacks, MGA, Province of Alberta's guidelines, and the land use bylaws.
So back to kind of what's the current requirement right now?
Through the chair to the mayor, the current setback requirements under the current land use bylaw is 30 meters. And it also states that that 30 meters could be reduced if it's supported by a geotechnical study that's prepared by a qualified.
Okay, so things that are permitted along there, that's like a permanent structure is not permitted, but for things like temporary docks, temporary marina, picnic tables, benches, trails, that's all permitted along there?
Through the chair, we don't even require development permits for that kind of stuff. The purpose of this setback is to ensure that the space is used for environmental purposes. So if you were going to construct some sort of a trail or put a bench there, we would support it. The idea of securing that space is it's used for natural purposes. And if something like that happens, we would actually appreciate it.
Okay, and if someone right now has as a couple of my colleagues mentioned about having something already there, so someone has a structure there now at 30, that structure would be fine there moving forward.
Through the chair, if it was approved through a development permit, 100% it would stay there.
Perfect. Next question is just, and the question is, and I know we brought it up a few times in different things, when there's commercial development, there's a requirement for landscape requirements for that development. Is there a plan to kind of enforce that more? Because we see a lot of times we see these in this land use bylaw, the previous one, and that enforcement piece is what we see missing.
Through the chair, through this new land use bylaw and through the current one as well, we have the ability to ensure that the conditions of development permit are met. So if a particular site was approved with 10% landscaping, and if that landscaping is not on site, municipality can go out and ask the owners to sort of replant landscaping or re-landscape that area. That's possible within this bylaw and the current one as well. It all ties back to the conditions of development permit approval.
Perfect, thank you. And next one is special events. Reading this, and as I'm kind of at odds on the changes and if there is changes in special events. We see things like Rib Fest, where it's close to residential, things like, Rock the Rails, not Rib Fest, my mistake. Rock the Rails at the skate park. Like that, and I know FCC, the church, Fort City Church, has a car show every year that's well attended, which is inside of that 362 feet. How are those approved, and will they continue to be approved?
Through the chair, the regulations surrounding special events are not changing. The regulations that are in the land use bylaw are regulations that have been in place since 2021. Rock the Rails is approved on typically St. Cloud Athletic Park, which is dealt through outside of the purview of this land use bylaw through municipal land special event policy. The car show that you're talking about is exempt under this land use bylaw through an ancillary use. And so that would continue to happen if they choose to, do it every year. The regulations surrounding, like I said, special events, they're not changing. They've been in place since 2021, and we are just carrying those forward.
Perfect, thanks. I have a question about horses and stuff, but I'll leave that till later. I have my mind made up on that one.
Sure.
Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't know if it's for the planning department or external legal. So the setbacks that we ask the resident, do they be compensated that from the province or the municipality, or do they just take non-developable? Like, is this something that we lay on them after they buy it, or something that's known?
Through the chair, setbacks that are right next to a river or a water body are dealt with in different ways. If it's a subdivision application, then through the MGA, municipality must secure that land as environmental reserve.
Like a right of way.
Or environmental reserve easement, either or. And if it's a development, then the person who has the property can continue to own the property. They just wouldn't be able to develop within that 30 meters. It's a development setback for the security of the property for us to ensure that the development is safe.
So, through the chair, so the 15 meters that's offset by the feds of the waterways, and then it'd be an additional 20 or 40 meters that the municipality asked for?
Through the chair, I don't know where you're getting 15 meters
So
from.
the Department of Fisheries, like our Clearwater River is a historic river, believe it or not, one of the very few in Alberta, along with Banff, Jasper. So you can't go near that escarpment. 15 meters in, the feds own it. Don't touch it, right? 15 meters, I think it is, Sash. That's where I'm getting it from, Sash. Now you can check that, please. But there is a no-go zone along that escarpment on each side. Don't touch it. Because remember we were going to have Forest Heights across the river? Any of you guys remember that?
Yeah.
You remember we were going to, as the president of the golf club, we were fundraising for MacAllen. We were going to build 3 holes across the river. So the reason why I bring it up, Mayor Bowman, because not only is there going to be a 15, like I believe we're naturally 15 meters offset through the river valley regardless. You can't do nothing with it. And then, so from that 15 meters inward, we're going to put 20 or 40 on it. So that means the resident is going to give up anywhere from 55 to 35 meters of, and that's about 112 feet. And some of these lots, I guess, would be, I don't know, something like the homestead, they would be, I don't know, probably a couple hundred meters deep. Not a couple hundred, I guess that'd be a quarter section, but let's say 100. So what I'm getting at is, very important question again, because when you say you don't know where I'm getting that, I know where I got it here. I got it here as a councillor. Because I was always wondering, we moved more dirt than Christ was a cowboy out on site. That dike we built, we would have built the dike twice. 88 cubes of dirt, million cubes of dirt we done. My question is, the reason why I asked that, Sash, is because I heard it here, that we weren't allowed to touch anything 15 meters on each side. So then the resident should know that he might have to give up 45 meters, right, at the most, or he might have to give up 55. So if I was having a choice, and I had a lot, and somebody come and wanted to take away, I would look for compensation. So I guess through the legal, if he's still there, are we, when we implement this, do we have a cost associated with it? And if there's no cost, Sash, great. But 9 chances out of 10, Sash, when I ask you a question, because I heard it here. And I heard a lot of questions never been asked here. Some councillors turn into be, I don't know, greatest advocates for questions that were asked yesterday. But I just need to know this stuff because we need to root this out because we're the last to hear. And I'm surprised tonight that you'd ask me where I get it. I got it right here, 15 meters on each side of the river because I wanted to build a dike from the dirt that was under the ground that we do on site every day.
Through Chair, if I may. To Councillor McGrath, I have in my hand something called Clearwater Christina Rivers Management Plan. This is a plan that the province approved in 2003. And I'll read a line from the plan. It talks about setbacks from the rivers. It says the Clearwater River corridor includes the main valley of the Clearwater River to breaks with an additional setback of approximately 100 meters from valley breaks, excluding the urban service area. The choice of 100-meter setback is consistent with setbacks proposed by the RMWB and linear development setback in the RMWB approved in the Fort McMurray Athabasca Oil Sands Sub-Regional Integrated Resource Plan, which includes lower Clearwater Valley. So the province that has created this plan recognizes that setback to be 100 meters. We are only asking for 30 meters to be implemented upon providing some sort of study. At the end of the day, what is important is that the development that is happening in the municipality is safe and sound and is protected. And that setback is not uncommon for any areas that are developed right next to a water body. You'll see those setbacks pretty much everywhere. Is there compensation? One of your questions was compensation. Under the Municipal Government Act, the municipality is not required to pay any compensation because those lands, when someone purchases that land right next to a water body, through the provincial statute, it is a requirement that municipality ensures and protects that land right next to the river or the water body to ensure environmental standards or environmental, I guess, preservation happens along those water bodies. I hope that answers your question.
It certainly does, and I appreciate this ask because it actually answers a question earlier where there was one of the members asked, where did this come from? The province do impact our decisions. You just said it right there. They asked you for 100, you only wanted a half. But if somebody come in and took half my land, I'd want to be compensated for it. And the province, again, the province dictated where you're going to start that footprint of your build, of your foundation. So what we heard 5 minutes ago, this is great because the province has a big part to play in it, but they're just not at the table.
Through the chair, if I may, provincial planning is done at different levels. There are planners who work at provincial level, there are planners who work at federal level, and there are planners who work at municipal level.
You guys are the best.
Sorry?
You guys are the best.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean that wholeheartedly.
Thank you. And all the planners that are working in different fields, the three-tier system, have to deal with different sets of rules, regulations, notions, because someone sitting at the provincial level will create regulations to protect entire Alberta. They don't take RMWB as the only body into consideration.
Well, absolutely.
For us, the focus is municipality and their lands. And so there are different level of, I'd say, mandate at different levels to be able to protect land. Now, with me saying that, as a planner, do I feel that lands right next to water bodies should be protected? Absolutely. Council voted for that specific policy in the MDP, where the MDP requires the lands along water bodies be protected. It's a provincial regulation. It is also in the MDP, and council, by choosing to protect land right next to water bodies, is just following the rules and regulations that province has set and that council adopted through the municipal development plan. So it's no different than any other regulations that council would sort of adopt coming out of a different bylaw. It's just different levels of plans have different hierarchy and different details, and so it flows.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Sash, and what I said. And I certainly meant it every chance I get. I know through the rebuild, if it wasn't for yourself, Amanda, and some people helping us out, we've completed a rebuild that the rest of Alberta look up and say, how did they do that? Well, we done it because we took community and we did it, just like what we're discussing right now. So Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
Thanks, Councilor Breath.
The provinces, they're offloading again us.
Thanks, Councilor Breath. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So thank you again. I'm going to ask a few specific questions. So the restriction of 1 horse per acre, why that change? Because it looks like it's now well aligned with some organizations that I think it's called Equine Care Organizations. So are we making things more difficult? And and then so why? That's my first question. Maybe I should just give the second so that we can discuss that. So also I want to refer to section 5.4.8. And that's talking about keeping some animals that could be dangerous to humans in the area. And our understanding of what we are made to understand is that such animals would include elk, hogs, and buffalo. And this might be dangerous species for humans. So how are we going to allow that? For what reason, and how are we going to ensure safety? Is there going to be a distance or a range that the owners of such animals must follow to ensure that we at least, I believe in the hierarchy of things, we have to think about the safety of the people before all this. So those are my 2 questions.
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Benjogo, thank you for asking those questions.
Yes.
So your first question surrounding horses,
Yes.
You said, or the question was, we now have 1 horse per acre regulation.
Yes.
Are we restricting horses? On the contrary, the current land use bylaw does not have any provisions for horses less on a lot that's less than 2 acres. If your lot is over 2 acres in rural areas of, I believe it's Anzac, Conklin, Janvier, Sapling Creek,
Draper as well.
in those areas, if your lot is over 2 acres, you can have up to a maximum of 3 horses. This is the current regulation in the land use bylaw. There is no regulation to permit horses for lots less than 2 acres. So if your lot is less than 2 acres, you cannot have anything. This is the current regulation.
Why?
The new land use bylaw, that's the regulation that council approved at a certain point. I would not be able to answer that question. The new land use bylaw, the regulation that we are bringing forward, allows for horses on lots less than 2 acres.
Okay, less than 2 acres.
Yes. So
But how many?
for every acre, you would be able to have 1 horse. And if your lot is over 2 acres, you can have a maximum of 3 horses. So while previously you weren't allowed anything under the previous land use bylaw for lots less than 2 acres, now on lots less than 2 acres, you can have up to 2 horses, 1 horse per acre. And if you have 2 acres and over, you can have up to 3 horses. So this land use bylaw opens up, allows more flexibility for people to have horses on their property. Your next question about the different kind of animals. Now, those different kind of animals, there are regulations in the land use bylaw that allow the municipality, administration, development authority to be able to identify the location, a fenced area where those animals can be kept. In section 5.4.6 of the land use bylaw, it specifically says animal lodging, grazing areas, and manure storage areas shall be set back a minimum of 20 meters from the side and rear yard property lines for lots that are between 0.8 hectares and 2 hectares, so 2 to 5 acres, and 40 meters on lots that are over 2 hectares. So any lots that are over 5 acres, you have to be, at least 40 meters inwards of the lot to be able to keep those animals in a fenced area.
Okay.
So and they can only be allowed for small-scale agriculture. In case of personal use, if you want to keep animals for your personal enjoyment, the numbers are a little bit less. because then it's not a commercial operation. And so the land use bylaw restricts those numbers. That all of that information is available in section 5.4 of the new land use bylaw. I hope that answers your question.
A bit. Thank you.
Yes.
No, I'm not really through the chair back to administration. I really want you to clarify that under 5.4.8, residents are not going to be allowed to keep these animals because 5.4.6 restricts what animals can be kept, and they have to fence the areas that these animals would be kept. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, there are two different kinds of uses where animals can be kept.
Yes.
The first use is agriculture personal use, which is where the personal enjoyment comes in. And that is dealt with through section 5.4.10. Okay. And that gives you numbers of animals that you can keep on the property. Section 5.4.8 that you're specifically talking about deals with commercialization or an agriculture operation that utilizes these animals. So if you were to raise, say, horses or buffaloes or donkeys or goats or llamas, there are animal units, numbers that are defined in the bylaw, in this table. And it says, depending on your lot, you can have X number of animals.
Yeah.
In that case, the animals need to be kept within a certain perimeter, which means you have to have a fence 20 meters away from the property line for lots between 2 acres to 5 acres, and the animals need to be fenced in that area.
Fenced into your own property?
Yes.
Only?
Into your property only, yes. They can't be outside of that property.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Joko. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to get into this, but in your comment that when you were talking to Councillor Branjoko, you said that in Sapri Creek, horses are permitted. And one of the engagements we were talking about, there seemed to be a difference of the zoning on east versus west side of Spruce Valley Drive. Is that currently correct, or is all of Sapri able to have horses?
Through the chair, through this bylaw, the new bylaw.
The old bylaw, sorry.
You want information on the current bylaw?
The current and then the new. What? If
I'll
that's
give you the
okay.
information on the new one.
Sure.
Because that's what I have in my front of me. The regulation says in rural residential districts in Sapri Creek, Conklin, Janvier, Anzac, and Draper, horses, donkeys, goats, llamas, alpacas, and other similar animals may be kept as pets and or for personal enjoyment and shall be limited to 1 animal unit per acre. So the new land use bylaw allows for horses in Sapri Creek.
So in Sapri Creek, are all residential lots right now rural residential? Or is there 2 different types of lots in Sapri Creek?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, there's different districts in Sapri Creek.
Different zonings?
There are different districts in Sapri Creek.
Sure.
If we're looking specifically at residential districts, currently it's the SE or suburban estates. That district within itself has different regulations for lots that are east and west of Spruce Drive. The new land use bylaw proposes 2 districts to create more clarity for those provisions that are currently within the current district. In terms of uses, currently intensive agriculture is a use within the SC district, but it's very specific to the lots that are east of Spruce Valley Drive.
Okay.
And intensive agriculture is a use that allows for the keeping of livestock. And I believe it's section 93A of the land use bylaw, if I'm not wrong, that has a table that breaks down the number of animals that could be kept based on the type of animals.
So right now, east, they're already allowed to have these animals. West, with the new bylaw, where they're going to be allowed them.
Just to add more clarity, under the current land use bylaw, we have section 76 that specifies animals that can be kept for personal enjoyment.
Right.
The use that I was referring to is not animals that can be kept for personal enjoyment. It's an agricultural use. Intensive agriculture is an agricultural use that's different from the keeping of animals for personal enjoyment on a residential lot.
Sure. So with the new bylaw, we'll be able to have horses on both the east and west side.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Councilor Weigel. With that, we're going to take a 15-minute break to give council a break, but also for us to go through some of the written submissions. So we will join you all back at 8:50. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. And just so we acknowledge, we have received written submissions that I want to acknowledge. We have 5 written submissions in support and 3 written submissions in opposition of the land use bylaw, which included in the agenda package. We have in support Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee, in support Wood Buffalo Downtown Revitalization Committee, in support Rehea Oor of Anzac Equestrian Association, in opposition Mike Evans for Mackay First Nation, in support. And other written submissions that are not included in the agenda package are Camgill Development, in support, Fort Murray Construction Association, in support, Justin Work, in opposition, Brandon House, opposition, Ahmed, in support, Ray Erickson Pure Energy Solutions Services, in opposition, and City Center Group Incorporated, in opposition. And additionally, we have Opal Workma in opposition, Kelly Field in opposition, and Doug and Patty Miller in opposition.
Through the chair, for the record, council members, those additional public hearing submissions have been emailed to each of you this evening. They're also provided in hard copy format tonight. They're available if anyone here tonight wishes to view them. And following today's hearing, they will be incorporated into the public hearing record. Thank you.
And moving on to verbal submissions from the public here. As a reminder, when you come up, you guys are good for now. Thanks. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present. Please state your name for the record when you come up, and please remain on topic. And if you can, we have several people presenting today. So if you're something else someone else has already brought up, you don't need to repeat that. Just whether you come up has already been spoken to in opposition or in support. And then please remain seated afterwards for questions, please. First, we have Jennifer Vardy, Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee.
Hello, members of council. For the record, my name is Jen Vardy, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee, and we are in support of the land use bylaw. We are one of the 7 committees that Planning and Development has been working with the land use bylaw. We've advised on areas such as change of districts, lot sizes, parking, signage, amongst others. I want to be clear and state that our opinion is not that the land use bylaw is perfect. There are areas of improvement, and there's lots of people here that are going to speak to those areas. However, the approval of the land use bylaw will allow us to start the process of keeping the good initiatives and moving them forward, but also providing an opportunity for those areas that need to be further discovered and further talked about, that we are able to continue with those. We've heard from administration and from legal that this is a fluid document, so we are able to amend after ideally the land use bylaw is approved. Failure to accept the land use bylaw, as we know, is going to continue this conversation into another, 10, 15 years, and we would still be using the same document as in 1999. I have one more, my other hat, is I'd like to speak about the engagement experience. I'm the former Director of Government Relations and External Affairs with the Fort McKay Métis Nation, and I want to speak about my experience with the engagement team, or with the planning and development team, sorry. Fort McKay Métis are the historical stewards and traditional land owners, and they were the first people to actually purchase their land back from the Government of Canada. So you can imagine that when we had the conversation about the land use bylaw, it was a little bit contentious because the RMWB is currently the owners of the land, but it's the people who live on the land who are the most impacted. As you had heard before, there was a letter written from Fort McKay stating that the engagement wasn't sufficient, and planning and development really took this and they dramatically improved. Specifically, I'd like to thank Amanda, Such, and Hermes for their hard work. talking a little bit about what they did to improve was the engagement was updated to include details such as the current versus the proposed bylaws and how the changes are going to impact the community. They use diagrams, they use maps, and also with every slide that they presented, whatever terminology they were talking about, they had the definition of that terminology in association with the slide. So the people who were receiving the information were never confused with the terminology that was being thrown around. As we saw today, the land use bylaw is very robust and it's very complex. And planning and development did a very good job in making sure that the information that was presented wasn't just presented, but it was understood to the community. So I'd like to thank them very much for that, and also saying that that presentation is now the standard that we use for consultation with industry, and saying that if the RMWB can do this, this is what we also expect of industry. Thank you very much for your time, and let me know if you have questions.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate your input. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vardy, thank you. Very nice presentation. I just want to ask you how the economic development, it has a relationship with this bylaw.
Through the chair to Councilor Dogar, the question was, how does economic development impact the bylaw?
Yeah, you portray your experience of the economic development. You are a member of Economic Development Advisory Board?
No, just a correction. So through the chair to Councilor Dogar, I'm a member of the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee.
Okay.
So we advise on development, land use bylaw, the municipal development plan, things like that. We don't talk about the economic development so much. That would be more the Economic Development Board, which I'm unfortunately not a part of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Jennifer Vardy, for coming. Would you say that if you were not a member of the committee, you would have been engaged with the consultation?
Through the chair to Councilor Benjoko, great question. Yes. So as a person who was working in the rural communities, I was engaged that way through my professional role. However, I was also had opportunities to engage as a resident. I live in Ward 1 in Fort McMurray, and there was many opportunities, social media, there were surveys, and I went to a physical engagement. So I would say that there was opportunities to participate in both the rural and in Fort McMurray proper.
And thank you. I know you are one of the very engaging residents, just to be sure that you didn't get the information as a result of serving on a committee. Thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Benjoko. And I'm not seeing any questions, so thanks, Jennifer.
Thanks, guys.
Next up, we have Mike DeRoche. I don't see Mike. Frederick Hanlon. He was here. Rehea Oor. And just a reminder, Rhea, just to say your name for the record.
Good evening, councillors. I'd like to state for the record, my name is Rehea Oor, and I'm representing Anzac Equestrian Association. I appreciate all the time and effort that's gone into redeveloping some of the new bylaws and trying to be more inclusive of agriculture for the region. However, we do celebrate that. We do feel that it falls a little bit short. Smaller properties, especially living rurally, are able to host more than one animal unit. You know, if we have one horse, for example, we have 1 acre, we have 1 horse, that means we're not allowed chickens. I don't think chickens would have a big impact on the horse. There's also no communities in Fort McMurray or RMWB that have grazing opportunities for the land, so everybody supplemental feeds. I'd like to know how those decisions came about, who was consulted with them, because I do feel like it was an arbitrary decision. Also, one of the things that have come up is from our original bylaws is the lack of land lease agreements between neighbors. So allowing land lease recognition between neighboring units. So if we have 1 acre, it was previously a 2 acre lot that was subdivided out. Our neighbor camps on his lot and has allowed us to sublease from him. That's currently not recognized with the bylaws, and it's also not mentioned in the new bylaws. This creates economic restrictions for rural communities in the sense that if you have a tenant that comes and moves into the property, you might meet all the restrictions to be able to house animals, but because they're a tenant, they're not on the parcel, they are not allowed to have animals on the property. And then this also goes between my neighbor and myself. Our land lease agreement is not recognized, so it's restrictive for us. So, yeah.
Super. Thanks, Rhea. So with that, I'm with some changes that besides those changes there for the animals, if those changes there in place, would you be in support of it with those changes?
Yes.
And I grew up on a horse farm, so I would never have one horse by itself. I've been kicking more horses than I have people, probably because I trust horses more than I trust people. And I've seen that over my life. So yeah, I would definitely look at that. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rep, for the presentation. Obviously, you mentioned supplemental feeding, obviously, with the not having grazing pastures. Obviously, in 1 acre lot isn't even enough grazing for one horse. I'm definitely not a professional. I know there's some here, including yourself. What would you say is the right or an adequate amount of horses or like-size animals for, let's say, a 1 acre, if you're holding a 1 acre lot with supplemental feeding?
So the Equine Code of Practice, which I submitted into our supplemental evidence, actually states that as long as your horse is able to escape other aggressive horses, or canter, exhibit normal horse equine behaviors, then that paddock, that dry paddock, is sufficient for the horse.
And what would be a size for that? Like, say if you had 3 horses or 4 horses, what's an adequate size paddock?
It has the measurements in there that are actually quite small. They're way smaller than what we're currently proposing. But a 200-foot by 40-foot paddock is sufficient for 3 horses.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So a question to administration, based on the conversation. How did we come up with the number of animals per acre?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. The numbers that are currently proposed in the proposed land use bylaw are generally consistent with the numbers that currently exist in the land use bylaw as it relates to the numbers that regulate livestock under intensive agriculture use. But we also looked at other jurisdictions in terms of how they regulate animals or livestock, and our numbers are generally consistent. I have some detailed information which I can share. Sorry. We looked at just for today's purpose. I have examples from Foothills County, Bighorn County, Mackenzie County, Rockview County, Strathcona County. In terms of, for example, horses, under our current land use bylaw, we regulate the number of horses to be 1 per acre.
Yes, sir.
That's similar with what's currently being proposed. For example, Foothills County, they have 1 horse per 3 acres.
Yep.
So ours is more relaxed compared to theirs. That's the same with Bighorn County. Mackenzie County has similar numbers. It's 1 horse per 1 acre. Rocky View is also the same, 1 horse per acre. And Strathcona County has a higher number. It's 20 horses per acre.
Right. Thank you for that. Did we reach out? And I guess, did we reach out? And if we didn't, what would stop us, or why wouldn't we reach out to like an equestrian association or guiding bylaws by groups or governing bodies that actually work with equestrian or farm animals?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I do not have information on if we've reached out to an equestrian association. However, we've engaged with the community. These numbers, throughout the years, we've engaged on the numbers that are, or the regulations that are currently being proposed. And the overall feedback that we've received is that we haven't received opposition in terms of those numbers. If there is a need, or we can revisit the regulations, and the bylaw can also be amended.
Awesome, thank you. And I guess the next question for administration, the land lease agreement, I'm ignorant on this, I don't understand it, but is this actually currently something that we can't do? Neighboring properties and or sublet properties or renters? Am I getting that correct? Okay.
Through the chair, though, Councillor Weigel, thank you for that question. Typically, we wouldn't issue permits for something that's leased because we wouldn't typically know how leases are sort of dealt with amongst neighbors unless they are registered. It's an agreement between two parties. Municipality is not a party to it. And so for us to issue a development permit based on the understanding that's an agreement between two parties and which can collapse at any point, us issuing a permit could be incorrect legally based on the information that we would have at that given point. So today, if you have a lease agreement with your neighbors, tomorrow it expires, or you guys get into a fight and the lease goes away or something like that, we have now issued a permit based on the understanding that you have that area and you will still be carrying out that activity without the minimum regulations, without meeting the minimum regulations of the land use bylaw.
No, that's fair. I appreciate that. What would be the difference between a legal contract between neighbors and say I owned a house, I got a permit to have a horse, and then I moved, I would still need to remove that horse. What would be the difference between that and a legal contract between neighbors? I know you say that you can't control the lease agreements, but if they brought the lease agreement as a legal contract to you, then you would know the parameters that were set forth in it.
Yeah, in some cases, we would take that into consideration, understanding that the lease is going to be there for a certain amount of time, like for commercial industrial properties, for example. We would issue permits to those properties for the tenure of the lease that they have on file, with one of the conditions that if the lease was to expire, we wouldn't, the permit expires with the lease. That would be a condition of the development permit. In this case, we're not issuing development permits for animals. And so we're not really able to regulate it through that condition. If you have an area which is contemplated in the land use bylaws, the minimum area required for keeping of animals, you're allowed to keep that animal. We don't stop you. We don't issue a development permit for it. Only in case of intensive agriculture or a commercial operation as such, we would issue a permit for animal personal use. If it's for your personal use, we wouldn't really issue a development permit for it.
Okay, so if a legal contract crossed your desk with the permit, then you guys would look at that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. And we'll ask council, you guys can take your seats, we'll just right now just direct questions toward the presenter. And before we close the public hearing, we'll have a chance to ask administration more questions. So if you have questions that a presenter may bring up, save those questions or before we close the public hearing to ask administration at that time. Just be observance of time. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. My question is to the administration. They have worked out 1 acre.
Councilor Dogar, as I just said, for the administration, we're going to ask questions of administration once before the public hearing closes. Does anyone have any questions for the presenter? Councilor Lavalley, did you have a question?
No, at this time I'll save it for administration.
Thank you. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you to the presenter. I don't know you, man, but I'll tell you one thing about a horse. If a horse can heal you, outside. So I believe that as a kid growing up in Torbay, we had a horse in the barn, a pig in the pen, chickens next door, and we never had a big house. But we always had a horse. And in Torbay, we had a horse that lived in the house. So I think that if we go back to some of that, because we're going to be led by the through the chair, by the tariffs and by the soils that are drying up in the States and burnt up, we're going to have to start living off our land again. And it won't come to the fact where you're going to need 2 acres to have a horse. It doesn't matter, you can have 10 square feet, you're gonna need a chicken to get eggs. And that's a fact. So I'm glad that you came forward, because I would rather have a horse in my backyard than some old grass-looking place like across from the Royal Bank downtown. They never cut the grass during 20 years. Would I rather see a horse in that? Absolutely. Like, we go to West Edmonton Mall, remember? Used to the little miniature animals for the kids. Animals help people. And there's never been a region more that needs more of that, because the community's hurting. And that starts the healing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor McGrath. Appreciate the comments, and I do agree, everyone needs a horse. If we could all do that, it'd be great. Do we have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Rhea.
Okay, thank you.
Ann Eisenrout. And again, Ann, just your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, please.
My name is Ann Eisenrout. I'm a civil engineer with over 3 decades of experience in public works and interaction with a wide range of governmental agencies. I was manager of Surmont Creek Campground from 2017 to 2022. The campground operated from 2011 until last year, 2024. Beginning in 2020, we endured what can only be described as harassment by RMWB development staff, and the basis of that harassment has been the land use bylaws. My first comment on the draft document is what I hope is simply an error on map 21, where the land use district for Lot 2, Plan 9420970 is shown as PR Parks and Recreation. The property has always been listed as Rural District, as is shown on the most recent tax assessment. Parks and Recreation is specifically for public parks and is completely unsuitable for a private parcel of land. We live in a house that has been there since prior to the formation of the regional municipality, and we request that the map be corrected. Some of the proposed bylaws contain slight improvements. The definition of a campground is greatly improved, as it no longer assumes that camping is an inherently recreational activity, and it no longer bizarrely links campgrounds to resort facilities. Beyond that, the proposed bylaw 5.10 campgrounds is largely the same set of ridiculous and unnecessary restrictions. It is a narrow view of what a campground should look like, as written by someone who has probably never camped and has certainly never run a for-profit campground. Please note that other municipalities in Alberta do not have any regulations regarding campgrounds and yet have successful operations in their communities. Let me give you an example. Under general requirements, paragraph D reads, quote, "Recreation vehicles are only permitted in recreation vehicle stalls," end quote. I am a native English speaker, and I understand the precise meaning of this sentence as prohibiting RVs from being somewhere other than an RV stall. Of course, it is foolish to think that RVs cease to exist when they are not in an RV stall, but the meaning as interpreted by the RMWB staff is even more nonsensical. Their understanding of this sentence is as follows, quote, "Only RVs are permitted in RV stalls." Really? We have, for example, been cited for parking a company truck, a pile of blocking, and an excavator in an RV stall in February when the campground was 75% vacant. Under this interpretation, everything except an RV is prohibited from being in an RV stall. Most of our campers were in the region for work purposes and often had large vehicles, equipment trailers, and utility trailers. Allowing these campers to use a vacant RV stall to park these items was a genuine convenience that caused no harm to the campground or to anyone in it. As manager of the campground, I can attest that citing us for parking a vehicle or piece of equipment or setting an item in a vacant RV stall is a waste of everyone's time and energy. The campground section, while containing some useful guidelines for campground design, is largely about micromanagement. During our time in business, our tenants regularly expressed how happy they were with the conditions and services. That satisfaction is apparently unacceptable to the bureaucracy embodied in the Planning and Development Department, and we were repeatedly the target of nonsensical demands, which ultimately resulted in the closure of the business. Lastly, I would like to draw your attention to Section 5.32, Objects Prohibited in Yards. The first paragraph reads in part, quote, "No person shall keep an object which, in the opinion of the Development Authority, is unsafe, unsightly, or adversely affects the amenities of the district," end quote. As far as I can tell, according to the new draft bylaws, the entire 26-hectare property, other than the footprint of the house, is yard. The key word in this is opinion. Not that an object is objectively unsightly or unsafe, but that it is in the opinion of the bureaucrat. This is ripe for misuse, and I have already experienced this capriciousness firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Ann.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Ann, we have, Councilor, do you have a question, Councilor Dover? No, sorry. Okay, thanks, Ann. Shane Kidd. And just for the record, Shane, just want to state your name for the record. Yes. And again, just 5 minutes to present and then remain seated for questions, please.
Hello, my name is Shane Kidd and local resident of Fort McMurray, 48 years. I live in Draper and have for 18 years, and I have horses, 2 of them. But what I'm really getting at here is the bylaw, and the bylaw states we're only allowed 3 utility trailers or / campers on your property. And having 10 acres, I'm cited right now with a stop work order. I'm not blaming anybody for anything. It's everybody's doing their job. But I, like nobody in this room, everybody lives off fossil fuels. I'm sure of it. Anybody camping lately? I have for 18 years. I don't live on fossil fuels. I heat my house with wood. Requires a trailer, you know, some equipment to get that wood. And then, so let's talk about trailers, or let's talk about stuff that person needs to live in Draper off the grid. So I have horses, I need horse trailers. I need to haul hay in from wherever you guys get your hay, same place. And I need a trailer to haul that hay. So there's 2 trailers. Dump box trailer for hauling manure away, possibly garbage away, maybe developing my lot. There's another trailer. I have a lighting plant because every now and again the power goes out, such as maybe a fire or something like that. And I lived on my property for a month without power. So I have a lighting plant. It's on a trailer. Probably not allowed to have that. So I'm just wondering if a person wants to live in harmony. You know, I can go on with all these trailers that I have. I don't know, jet skis, campers, river boats, pontoon boats. I have a sea can on a trailer. So I have, 17 or 13 trailers. Apparently I should move. Maybe we should just all get into fly in and fly out like everybody else does. But some of us want to live here. I do. And I like the way I live. If anybody wants to come down and see my place, please do. But I think the bylaw represents the people that live in Timberley, where there is no room to park their own car, let alone any trailers. It doesn't represent Draper. And if it's done tastefully, I think we should be allowed to have 13 trailers on our property. I don't think 2.5 acres is fine. 5 acres is fine. 10 acres is fine. Some people that were here already left. They got 13 or 30 acres. They should be fine. They have a stop work order too over trailers. So my thoughts are we should be not limiting the amount of trailers that we have. And if we did, then are we limiting their lifestyle? Should I maybe start burning fossil fuels like everybody in this room? Or should I not have a lighting plant? So there's that. Let's just turn the page on that one. And then the fact of the horses. So I understand the horses must be in an elevation of 250.9 and nothing less. I'm probably wrong. I don't know. Such would know. And I'm at the age now, I could let the horses just wander off now, bye-bye, for the rest of their days, because I'm done with them. But my wife would probably have me wander off and keep the horses. So we don't know where that all falls, but we went through a flood. I was there. I went through a fire. Where do you think the horses were when the fire happened? They're right there keeping me all together. Everybody was gone. There wasn't even a bug. There was a no-fly zone over McMurray. My wife, everybody was gone. I stayed. And I stayed because of the horses, believe it or not, so I can't wait for them to be gone. But anyways, I'm just saying that when I was hugging my horse, we were walking back from because they'd walk up to the top road, eat the grass. It was along the side of the road. We'd walk back. And, I was hugging my horse, and I was crying. And I was thinking, geez, am I ever a lucky man, to have these horses. And so there's that part. I really don't know. There's a lot of stuff with the bylaw that I'm happy that they're doing. And there's some stuff that you guys will figure out as we go along and maybe make addendums to it. Hopefully it's this trailer thing. I don't know about the horses and how high they got to be, but when we had the flood, I lived on the high ground when the flood come. We moved out, everything was underwater, except for, very little. But we went to the high part and we stayed in our camper. The horses were right there, the dogs were there, chickens were there. And yeah. I think I'm pretty well it, I know the municipality's doing a great job. I don't mind the fact that I got a stop work order. I know the young fella that's giving me the stop work order is only doing his job the way he see fit. And so it's almost to the point where I'm just training another city employee along the line over the decades. But, or letting him pick on me. I don't know how that goes. I don't want to hire a lawyer to challenge him. But the thing of it is we'll get through it. And if I have to get rid of all my trailers, I will. I don't want to. I think we should be allowed to have our camper. We should have a river boat. I'm lucky enough. A bunch of my family died, so I inherited a bunch of these things. So I'm just saying. Well, I didn't die. They did. Right? I'm just saying that. So. Where the bylaw says that we're allowed not to have our camper or jet ski or a skidoo trailer or I'm lucky enough to have a car, so there's a car in the car trailer. Do we take all our stuff, move it to Wandering River, and just fly in and fly out? And we'll just say, fly over McMurray onto our way to Syncrude and not live here at all. The rules are too hard. I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate your comments. Take a lot of this into consideration. I think we have a meeting on Wednesday at 2 o'clock, you and I. So we'll see you then as well.
Thank you.
But as you said, it's a fluid document and we can make changes and we have a few months to make those changes as the current council. So I'm sure there'll be things happening next few weeks. Council has some questions. Councilor McGrath.
Yeah, through the chair. First of all, it's nice to see you, Shane. We used to do a lot of landscaping. And you were the slowest guy and we were the fastest guys, but appreciate the work you've done to the community. And all jokes aside, I know what you went through down in Draper, and it's good to see you stuck it out. My question is, Shane, 10 acres of land, that's even big in Barrhead. Right? So is there a place where you think somebody has an issue with you, like your neighbors or something? Because what you describe is your tools for what you have.
No, nobody has. Are you pertaining to the stop work order?
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to get permission to live in a house. Is this just thank you?
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Okay, so I'm in the floodplain.
Yeah.
I built a house. I brought a mobile in. It's up on the high ground. I'm all elevated to death. I've done a phase 1 environmental assessment. I'm now forced into a phase 2 environmental assessment. And geez, I overrun the question. What was the question?
Okay. That's okay. We're like that. Where did that blue trailer go from Gregoire that I had?
Probably smashed it up.
Okay, good.
Thinking.
Thank you.
But anyways, I'm living in this trailer, and I don't know. I just
wondering, like, what is it about the lands down there that become like a controversy? Because 10 acres of land is a lot of land, and what you described wouldn't take up an acre. An acre of land is pretty big.
Yeah. So I offered 5 acres to the city today. I said, just give me my permit. Take 5 acres of it. Just take it.
You were always kind, Shane.
Just give me my friggin' permit, is what I said.
Very kind.
That's today, by the way.
Yeah, and you changed.
Oh, no, I want them to take the 5 acres. There's a lot of grass to cut.
I know. Do you cut it?
Oh, me and the horses, yeah.
So my question is, Shane, do you think we're at the point, like, it's a living document, you know, no development gets stalled, but do you think there's a larger problem down in Draper for the land use?
No, I think the city's doing a great job, and you know, if you think about it, to stop the development in the flood zone, they just spent millions and millions of dollars buying out the people that don't want to be there or are afraid of the flood. I'm sorry, I might be making you mad here.
No,
but
I don't get mad.
I understand. I took and bought my land. Yeah. I built to
the specs.
Discretionary use of 248 meters above sea level. Oh, that's just great. Hey, so I built it 248.3. Okay, along come the flood, and I'm right up to the you-know-where, in the water trying to save my cat floating around on the couch. So I know that the city's right. They're right. And so I should have went to 250 because the flood went to 249. So I'm wallering around with the kayak and the you know, the animals are on the kayak, and I float on up to where our camper was with the horses. Ark. And I said to myself, geez, Such, you're so right. I love Such. Not Such, sorry, Salage. You're good too. But he said, Shane, you build up and we'll give you the permit. So I got the dirt in, I built up, and I can't wait to move into this new place that I'm building to be out of the, you know, flood.
Joe probably put the roof on.
Nope.
So back to my question though. Is there something that council can do a little bit different to not come to these crossroads? Because it seems to me, you got a couple of trailers. Now I haven't seen the place, to be honest with you, because I was afraid to go down your keep me. But at the end of the road at Draper, where there's a turnaround, I mean, there's some beautiful places. But I don't see what I see down in, like, say, Manning Avenue, where there's propane bottles and all this kind of stuff. So I'm wondering what would restrict you from having 4 acres of pet land, horses, pigs, cows, and then another couple of acres of where you can park your vehicles, because it's your land. Well, so what I got at earlier is that's exactly what's in the province right now. There's a guy that owns a piece of land saying that we're encroaching on his rights, his freedoms and his rights. So this is why I'm thinking we're going to be challenged by some of this. You know, we're going to be challenged. But I want to make sure that the guys that know it all, and the guys that don't know much, like myself, I know one thing. We've taken land from people in this community, okay? And we said we needed it, but we never needed it. Somebody else needed it. And that's what I'm afraid of. So your horse and your trailers, from a guy that has an acreage, had too much work for me, as you know. Cut the grass, the dog, the plow. So what is it? What can council do better so we can avoid the intrusion?
Well, when you mentioned this rights and freedom, I wrote all that down, and I'm thinking to myself, and I actually phoned a lawyer not long ago about my situation. And I was but you can't get a lawyer in this town. I didn't phone Edmonton. I'm trying to deal with the municipality, and I'm still going to fight, you know, work with the municipality. I was pretty well crying today when I was with the municipality.
You never cried a day in your life?
And I'm just at, I'm not at the end. And my wife said, you should have took the buyout, stupid. Could be living in Leduc. So anyways, I don't want to live in Leduc. I'm just saying that I'm going to work through it the best I can. But you know what? This rights and freedom thing that come up, well, I don't know. I shouldn't even have to lean on that. This is home. We're going to work through it, and it's going to be fine. I'm going to go with that. It's just going to be fine. That's the way I feel.
So, for my own mind, Shane, your trailers have wheels. They have sideboards. They have doors. They don't have smash windows. They don't have, like, you know, they don't have a finger on it saying, like, or a big set of blue balls on the back of it, you know. So they're trailers that you do work with, right? So I appreciate that, because it takes a lot of work, you know, even to have one horse. Bale of hay, you need something to take it from Barrowhead or Westlock. So I'm with you. But I just want to know, before you left, is there something we could do better as servants of the public to kind of heal that area? Because a lot of nice people down in Draper, and the road you got now is perfect, you know,
There's some picky people down there. Some things talked about the water, and they don't want to pay for the water. And I'm thinking to myself, we're the only place around that's not paying for water, and we're complaining about that. I wanted to put it on Facebook, and my wife said, "Don't. Are you sure you want to
stay
say
off
that?"
Facebook.
I was going to say,
Oh,
"Listen, well, I
it's
just
terrible,
started.
Shane,
Just
terrible.
started."
Terrible
Anyways,
for
I
all of
wanted to say we should be paying for water in Draper.
Well,
That's maybe I'm bringing up something soft.
no, that's
here,
okay.
but-
No, because all of us weren't paying for garbage up until a couple of years ago. So we're starting to get caught up on some bills.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Don't ask for too
I'm
much.
not saying I got money. I'm just saying
You got money.
there's no reason why Draper should be getting away with not paying
So
for
he
water.
never answer. Point of order. He never answered my question, Mayor.
I don't have any complaint on him. Go ahead,
I
Shane.
should leave. What? Pardon me? But
I can say that to him. You never answered my question. Can you answer my question, please?
I'm not smart enough. I don't know.
No, I never said nothing about smart. But is there something we could do better? Honest to God, Shane.
I'm honest with this one. You're the smart people here. I'm not.
Oh,
I'm just a guy that's trying to live in Draper. I do the odd demo, and I'm just trying to live my life. So I don't know
But they got a
how to do anything like that. That's what you guys are hired
I've never
for.
seen a better quarter-mile track than what you got down there right now on a Friday evening.
Well, I'm going to do the best I can, and I made promises
Mayor
to the
Bowman.
municipality. I'm going to have the cleanest
got me in
place
trouble.
come at the end of June. Is
You're in
what I
trouble.
asked for.
I'm in trouble now.
All right.
See, thank you, Shane.
Thanks, Councilor Roth. To hold on there, Shane. Councilor Boussier,
Ackerman's still my buddy.
you're not ready to go yet. Go ahead, Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Shane. Are there some changes in the bylaw for Draper, given that you live there, that are you happy with? Some changes that,
I never read it because I can't read, so I don't know what's going on there. And plus, I tried many a times. I went down to the municipality to ask for what's all there, and they said, well, there's a 500 document, you look it online. The only lines I get are, no, they're not that.
okay. So you're
No,
meeting,
not that either, wrong.
but you're meeting the mayor tomorrow?
Pardon me?
You're meeting the mayor tomorrow?
No, Wednesday at 2 o'clock.
Wednesday.
Wednesday,
okay,
2
then
o'clock, yeah.
He
2
can
o'clock.
read it to you, and then you can email me back.
Well, the thing of it is
We
I
have a lot
think
to
the
talk
city's
about
doing a
that
good
day.
job with the bylaws. Some of it's not right. And like they say, there's possible amendments. I want to challenge that. I say, well, how do you go about getting an amendment? How would it to get everybody here to do an amendment against one horse and then we want 2 on our 1 acre parcel, whatever the case is? I think that would be a big deal. So
We'll get that
tonight's
done.
the deal. This is it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Dogar.
Thank you very much, Shane, for coming and telling us many things. I enjoyed it being a horseman, and my life half more than as a polo player, I spent it. And I know the one who loves the horse, loves talking to, loves the company also, loves the smell that comes from there, the shit smell. You become used
Fresh
to it.
country air, we call it.
Yes. Okay. So my question is, how many horses you are keeping?
2.
Is it your bread and butter, your business also, or
No,
just
it takes the bread and butter off the table, sir.
no business? Is it business? Your
Not at all. No, they're actually a big pain. It cost me a lot of time and money.
okay? It
But
is your
the only really good time I had was when I was bawling my eyes out and I was holding the horse and we were walking back. I didn't need a rope to hold him. He followed me back to my place. It was all burnt, and then
Fine.
he'd stay. And
You
then
see,
next morning I'd go get him again.
my mind is clear that
But I do love horses. Don't get me wrong. It's just the wife loves them more.
Fine. Thank you very much. Other question is that my other question is, you made me forget it because
Sorry.
my other question is that since how long you are keeping those horses there?
When we bought the land 18 years ago, 18 years, 1 day, we had them in waterways for 3 days till the bylaw was called.
So all these all these acres are yours, personal possession?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, for grandfathering this motion, there would be a consideration for you. Thank you for replying my questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
One more, Shane.
Okay.
Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks for coming. I almost don't have a question, but to say thank you. You came at the right hour to keep us all interested in this topic. I must say you
You're
did
very
it.
welcome.
So my question is, so you accept and support the unread bylaw, you're okay with it for
I will
now?
have to say yes, I've never read it.
Okay.
How does that sound? I don't know what's going on. I got Doug Miller as a friend of mine, but he sent you his thing about what he's concerned about, and I was gonna speak for Doug, but I'm not gonna. And there's a few other ones, but that's all their business. All I want to do is live on my land and mind my own business and clean it all up and maybe fix up a neat stand or something and just mind my own business. I'm at the end. I just want to live on my land and enjoy.
Thank you so much. I like your attitude towards everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
One more, Shane. Councillor Dogar?
You carry out breeding also? Breeding?
Breeding horses?
Yes.
No, sir.
Oh, they are males or
Yes,
male, female?
They're just males, but they're not real males, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. There's a name for it, I don't even know it, but, no, they're good, sensible, like technically,
They're just friends.
I had the first Alberta Northern Diabetic Camp there 8-10 years ago. I had a golden Olympic medalist, Chris Jarvis there. We had a camp there, it was beautiful. And I had big dreams. I wanted to have like a 4 or 6 stall campground. I wanted to have people to come and enjoy the horses, and I didn't have chickens, but I want to have a nice place where you'd come and enjoy it.
Surely I'll come and see you and physically educate myself from your experiences.
You'd love it down there.
Thank
You'd
you.
love it. Yeah, and I'm a good cook too.
Sure.
Like I like catering. I like everybody likes to eat.
Thanks, Shane.
You're very welcome.
Norm Henning? Norm Henning? That's Richard. Kimberly Jean? And just for the record, Kim, just say your name and then you have 5 minutes to present and remain seated for questions, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly Jean, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today about Bylaw 26/001. And thank you very much for all the work that you're doing to make improvements. I appreciate that. That being said, there are aspects of the draft land use bylaw that raise some serious issues for property owners, small businesses, nonprofits, and community organizations across Fort McMurray. There are unnecessary restrictions, inconsistencies with existing policies, and reduction of property rights. Here are some specifics. The special events provision in the draft land use bylaw unnecessarily limits special events to only municipal lands or 15 out of 36 land use districts. They also require an event, if they're in a land use district and not on municipal lands, to be at least 100 meters or 328 feet from a residential lot. So this essentially funnels fundraising and commercial events to Mac Island or municipal lands, and will notably disadvantages community and religious organizations, small businesses, and charities. It restricts fundraising opportunities for nonprofits, hinders local caterers, event planners, and other small businesses, and reduces options for residents. Excuse me. I urge you to please consider allowing special events as a discretionary use in all districts, or maybe not all, because not cemetery districts, but with reasonable setback parameters based on factors like district, size of lot, type and size of event, organization, length and time of event. I don't see any reason why this can't be possible. And a table similar to the home business table that they showed earlier, that Planning and Development showed earlier, would be perfect for something like this. It would ensure fairness while upholding community standards. The draft land use bylaw also contradicts area structure plan, which promotes recreation, tourism, and agricultural uses. This bylaw restricts those activities, and it may not seem like a big deal, but inconsistencies in statutory documents create confusion for landowners, potential buyers, planning and development officials, and lead to stalled permitting and development. And we have experienced this firsthand. I urge Council to ensure consistency by incorporating development incentives for recreation, tourism, and agriculture into this land use bylaw. Draper residents are particularly affected by this draft bylaw as well, as we discussed. I've identified 16 serious concerns, which I've detailed in my written submission. They include things like the removal of an option to subdivide, increasing the development elevation from 1 in 100 year to 1 in 200 year, which has been discussed. Also, the removal of current land uses without re-engaging residents on removing those uses or on those uses. restrictive and financially onerous requirements, as Shane also alluded to, for renovations and development on slopes or under the 1 in 200 year flood level, including in this new land use bylaw 9 different technical studies, including geotechnical, hydrological, hydrogeological, biophysical, erosion and sedimentation control studies, soil suitability studies, environmental site assessments, environmental impact assessments, and more, all at the discretion of the Director of Development. There must be clear, specific criteria for when those studies are going to be required. So at the very least, so property owners and investors know what they need to expect when they're going to develop or modify. The draft land use bylaw also increases building setback requirements in Draper from 30 meters from the high water mark, which is the legal property boundary, to 50 meters or 164 feet back from the top of the bank. It's a significant change. This will not only destroy property values along the river and create complicated non-conforming uses, but is also in direct conflict with the Alberta Bill of Rights Amendment Act, which has been also mentioned. Thanks so much for everybody who's brought that up today. The Act strengthened property rights by requiring compensation for government actions that limit land use. By preventing homeowners from developing and amending properties and taking 164 feet off habitable use, this bylaw opens the municipality up to costly and credible legal challenges. Property owners should have the right to develop and improve their land within reasonable guidelines. If this level of regulation were applied to lands in danger of wildfire, which is much more threatening, quick, and prevalent than flood, this bylaw would simply not allow anyone to live or operate businesses in Fort McMurray. Instead of blanket restrictions on slopes in the flood management area, property owners should have an option to sign a safe harmless agreement. This agreement can easily be made to flow with title by registering a caveat on title. That is not an issue in my mind and in my research. This would allow property owners to build and renovate while relieving the municipality of liability, and is a proven solution used in many other Alberta municipalities. Canadian courts have upheld safe harmless agreements when they're clearly drafted and voluntarily entered into. The bylaw includes additional inequitable regulations for Draper, which are also included in my written submission. In closing, the draft land use bylaw in its current form is overly restrictive, inconsistent with other municipal plans, and harmful to residents, businesses, and community organizations in certain ways. Rather than imposing barriers, we should be working to reduce red tape, facilitate property investment, facilitate property improvement, responsible growth, and respect property rights. Those changes would ensure that Fort McMurray remained a place where people can be proud to live, work, play, and invest in their future. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Dogar?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excellent presentation, Madam. Very informative and very well delivered, both. How much piece of land you own there?
In Draper, because we own many different properties in the flood management area currently, but in Draper we own 117 acres.
Okay, thank you. Nice hearing you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Pinjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Kim, for coming. You would rather that special events be made, should be included as a discretionary use in all districts. Would that be consistent with other regions or any other place that you can reference in Alberta or anywhere similar?
Excuse me. Sorry, I have a bit of frog.
Take some water.
Water.
Yes, there's water right there.
I don't know actually, but I can go ahead and do that research and get that back to you. However, it makes sense, and I don't see any disadvantage in doing that. So, for example, in small holdings, we have 117 acres,
Yes.
but special event is not even allowed as a discretionary use.
In any of the places.
Yes, and so we could easily be 300 feet away from a next parcel, and we're a kilometer away from our next neighbor, but we wouldn't be able to. For example, we've been the Fort McMurray Gun Range asked if they could hold a fundraiser there, but that would not be allowed. The church, if they wanted to do a fundraiser or some event there where they charge $5 for each kid, that wouldn't be permitted. Or even in smaller areas, for example, up in Thickwood, like in the R1E district, if United Way wanted to get a group of stakeholders together to host an auction or something.
Yes.
Not permitted because it's not listed as a discretionary use, and it would be impossible to be 300 feet from the next. So it just, and maybe there's a good reason for it, but I would just
something to look at again.
And just to get an answer to your satisfaction for your constituents.
Okay. Thank you. And then I think there's something to be explored there. And you talked about religious activities, fundraising, and things like that. So as at now, or in the recent past, has it been allowed in these places?
Well, I believe as Planning and Development said that restriction has been in place since 2021. Okay. But I do think that it severely restricts the ability of our local nonprofits and our local religious organizations to be able to fundraise and host events and things like that.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is around tourism. So the restriction if this bylaw passes, it will also restrict tourism activities.
Well, there are certain uses have been removed from land use districts that previously would have encouraged recreation and tourism, and those have been removed from the land use districts, specifically small holdings.
Okay, it's not like there are some existing structures that are in place that need that permit, or?
No, well, not that I know of, okay. But just in terms of developing a vibrant tourism economy here in Fort McMurray, which is a possibility. We have so many tourism dollars coming in, and the potential is huge. The ASP encourages those activities, but the land use bylaw does not seem to.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor Bajoko. Do you have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you so much.
Angela Smith. And just a reminder, Anne, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening. My name is Angela Smith, and I live in Draper. I'm here tonight because I have serious concerns about the draft land use bylaw. Specifically, how it sterilizes land in the flood management area. I also want to speak about priorities embedded within this bylaw and the impact it'll have on the future of our region. If we get this bylaw right, it will spur an economic growth, diversification, tourism, development, and overall community well-being. If we get it wrong, Fort McMurray will wither. The Regional Municipality Wood Buffalo's strategic plan prioritizes the development of the community, amenities, and infrastructure. The draft area structure plan encourages recreation, tourism, and the provision of agricultural lands. However, the draft land use bylaw does not. It contradicts these goals. By putting up barriers and restrictions, these very activities, it is confusing and discouraging message for those of us who want to help this community and region thrive. Our region is widely known for its industry, but to attract and retain good people and families, we will invest their lives in this community. We need more than just jobs. We need places to live, play, and celebrate. I live and take care of the 117-acre property at the end of Draper Road. There is a huge opportunity to offer unique riverside community gathering spaces and accommodations that don't currently exist in the region. Right now, we're seeing a 40% leakage of spending leaving this region. Families hosting weddings, events elsewhere, simply because there aren't enough venues here. Keeping those dollars in our local community and will be economical, will strengthen the local businesses and help make McMurray a more vibrant place to call home. Fort McMurray sees over 700 weddings per year, and the demand for an additional venue is overwhelming. Additionally, we have already received strong interest from the Indigenous leaders and the organizations in collaborating on this land. We would like to prioritize youth, family, and community well-being by dedicating 16 acres to the nonprofit Kids and Family Camp at just $1 a year. This would ensure future generations have access to nature, leadership programs, cultural education, including programming for medically complex children. We have put in 4 years of effort investing geological studies, traffic impact assessments, and planting over 4,000 saplings to stabilize the land. Yet, despite strong community support, we have made no headway. After all that time and money, the special events provisions, home business provision, and flood management area regulations in this bylaw make community incentives like ours impossible. We will not be the only ones. With excessive development rules and restrictions in the flood management area and no option to sign a save harmless agreement, the next 20 years could see properties in the flood area left to deterioration with no ability for homeowners to improve or invest in their land. The bylaw adds excessive red tape in an area that may only flood once every 200 years, making investment financially difficult. Property values will decline and development will be nearly impossible. At its core, the bylaw will diminish land values, halt development, and strip away opportunities for community-driven projects when it doesn't need to. We need a balanced approach, one that prioritizes safety and environmental responsibilities while still allowing reasonable and substantial growth. I urge you to reconsider the reconstructive flood area policies and create a land use bylaw that truly supports the vision of a thriving, diverse, economically vibrant Fort McMurray. Thank you.
Wow, right on time, Angela. So, and Angela, thank you very much, by the way. But when you're going through this bylaw and other bylaw, is the old bylaw more, I guess, lenient or better for what you're trying to do in Draper?
Yes.
Thanks. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam, a very fine, very nice presentation, informative. So did you broaden these points in community engagement?
Yes, absolutely.
So many people were there?
Yes.
All those?
I'm not sure the
fine.
exact numbers, but we had 4 or 5 engagement.
Okay. Sorry, I missed it. Surely I'll keep this thing in my mind. Thank you.
And I've talked to lots of people that come to the property, and they are oohing and gawing for something different in the community. They just are not happy with all the other resources available.
I think we have different requirements for Draper and the remaining city. same pattern will not work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Don't see any other questions. Thank you. Richard and Lisa, Sari? Just for the record, just state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes, Richard, and remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Richard Sari. I'm with my wife, Lisa, and thank you, Your Worship, and your council. Born and raised here in McMurray, and I know a bunch of people in this room, and I had a pretty good chuckle listening to them. And they're pretty genuine and honest, to say the least. I spent a lot of time in the Draper area, and I know some people on council here as well. I'm very pleased to see and hear you tonight. It's been a long night. You know, I've worked all my life here in Fort McMurray as well. I worked at Tinkoot for a better part of 25 years. And I was a managing director for an engineering firm here for a couple of years, and I started my own engineering firm, Optics Engineering. I don't know if anybody remembers it, but I owned it for 9 years, and I was the COO for Archer Clean Tech out of Kelowna, Calgary, and Fort McMurray. Currently, I own a company here, Greenhawk Energy Solutions. And, you know, I'd like to give back to my community and work in my community, and I got all my experience right here in Fort McMurray. And just working and collaborating with the people here. People here in McMurray are truly unique, and so is Fort McMurray and its surrounding areas. And it gives opportunity to expand on that, and in terms of looking at what the current bylaw is, and for the Draper area. I mean, the Weavers grew up down there. I remember going there when I was like 6 years old. You just drive down there, and you always had to go across in the spring and, you know, in the fall, and just seeing where it's at today and some of the issues. And what Shane said there tonight really resonated with me as well, because it's a real thing, and he loves his horses. It was a better part of 32 years ago, I couldn't cut down 4 of the biggest trees in Fort McMurray when I lived on Father Mercury Street. And I had 3 estimates, and it was going to cost, you know, $15,000, $20,000. Shane came by in 3 days, and they were down, and he never broke a blade of grass. And I'm not kidding. Laurie Guthrie was my neighbor. And he did a tremendous job. Just to speak to what he's about there and being an entrepreneur, even though he says he lives off wood. I think that you know, hey, that still exists down there, and I know what I see the opportunity down there for you know, one of the larger properties down there, and I'll say it's about over 100 acres, but to promote the community and the values. And fill a large gap in the region for amenities such as these, provide outdoor experiences for the youth, and that's a big reason I'm really interested in working down there. I'm a local Métis guy here. I'm connected to one of the groups up here, and I care not to say. Marginalized populations and families, provide opportunities to share Indigenous cultures and heritage, fulfill a mandate for the Clearwater River as a heritage river, which is protected and preserved outstanding natural and cultural heritage values, including diverse recreational opportunities by promoting responsible management practices while ensuring the river's ecological integrity, all while recognizing its significant historical role for Indigenous cultures and fur trade transportation routes. You know, provide opportunity for local residents and the family to gather and camp close to home instead of having to travel to Warren River, Grand Prairie, or Lac La Biche. We have it all here in Fort McMurray, and we always have. And it'd be nice to share it with everybody else, especially our families and our friends. Also help attract and retain workers and the families to the region. More extraordinarily amenities and facilities like this we can offer. The more tradespeople and professionals will want to move here and be here and bring their families here to Fort McMurray, our beautiful city. And in the support of our local businesses and the services locally. Be a signal from council to Fort McMurray is open for business that we can care about local residents, local families, and local quality of life. And it has been for me, and I would like it to continue in support of this initiative. Benefit all of Fort McMurray in the region. Draper is one of a small neighborhood within the city of Fort McMurray and should be permitted to develop these facilities and would benefit the entire city and the region. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Appreciate everything you do in town. Do we have any questions for Richard? I'm not seeing any. Looks like you made the perfect speech.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Lisa. Conrad and Clayton Cusio? Okay. Sarah Reed. And Sarah, if you just say your name for the record and just you have 5 minutes to present and just remain seated for questions after, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Reed. I'm here tonight to speak a little bit on my thoughts regarding the proposed new bylaw with the property and horse owners in Fort McMurray, specifically Sapri Creek, Anzac, and Draper. I know we mentioned some positive things, Mayor Bowman. You were talking about, your desire to see the 1 limit increase to 2. So I'm just going to expand a little bit of my thoughts on that. As a lifelong horse person, horses are my family and mean so much to me. When we moved cross country to make a new life in Fort McMurray, my first concern was needing to bring our animals, including our horses. The reality once I arrived was really hard to hear. The local community has always been lacking in amenities that are commonplace in most areas, such as boarding stables, lesson barns, trainers, etc. Combined with the high cost and limited availability of land, it makes having a horse here extra difficult. Many people purchase a home in one of our rural communities with the plan of making their horse dreams come true. Just because a lot may be small does not mean it's unsuitable for keeping livestock, such as horses, and to propose a limit of 1 horse per acre just doesn't sit well with me on a few accounts. I know many people in favor of this change may not be horse people, so I'd like to share some points to take into consideration before making your final decisions. Most importantly, I think, is to consider that horses are herd animals requiring companionship, highly social beings that live naturally in herds, relying on herd mates for security, social interaction, and emotional well-being. Keeping a single horse on an acre creates the potential for an unhealthy environment, leading to stress, anxiety, behavioral issues such as pacing, excessive vocalization, and in certain cases, self-harm. Referencing the National Farm Animal Care Council for the care and handling of equines, it is important to note the 5 freedoms. These freedoms form a framework for analysis of welfare within any system, and those responsible for equines are encouraged to consider these. Freedom from hunger and thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, and disease. The 2 that really stick out to me here are freedom to express normal behavior, so providing sufficient space, proper facility, and company of the animal's own kind. Freedom from fear and distress, ensuring conditions and treatment which avoid mental suffering. The second point to note would be land use and management easily supports 2 horses per acre. Other cities and counties are successfully allowing higher densities of livestock. An example would be, which I know was referenced earlier, the Strathcona County's livestock policies. They also include a livestock over-limit permit. This framework effectively permits high livestock densities accommodating the social needs of herd animals like horses. The permit is granted by demonstrating their ability to manage factors like manure, pasture, and overall animal well-being. Something I think that would be really wise to consider, especially in some cases where you're allowed 3 horses on 2 acres. What if I've got 15 acres? Is it fair to still limit it to 3? I don't think so. Due to our northern location and lack of agricultural land, the ability to rely on pasture for forage is impossible. I don't know of anyone that does not rely on hay locally. Huge advancements in equine management have occurred over the last 30 years, and more people are horse keeping on small acreages. Many successful paddock paradise track systems are in place all over the globe, with those less than half an acre to 50+ acres, each housing multiple horses. These systems allow us to create functional and attractive equine setups that encourage herd behavior and positive well-being in a limited space. This pairs well with the development of slow feed hay nets, manure composting systems, responsible rotational grazing that helps to reduce the risk of overgrazing and soil erosion while managing the consumption of potentially rich pasture forage for certain horses. We've also seen a lot of economic and community benefits. Horse-friendly bylaws can encourage responsible horse ownership and attract equine-related businesses and events, boosting our local economy. Our growing horse community has allowed a local feed and tack store to open in recent years. For many years, there was nothing available locally, which meant many trips down the highway for basic necessities. We have an equine vet, and most recently, a farrier has moved to town. This is huge for us, as previously we relied on these service providers to come from out of town, which means they're never available in an emergency. Many equestrian communities thrive with high horse per acre allowances. California is known for making use of every available space, and many commercial equine businesses are successfully housing many horses on small acreages. Proposed guidelines for responsible implementation of 2 horses per acre could include, if concerns exist about land overuse, the city could set conditions such as requiring proper pasture management, adequate shelter, manure management plan, and emergency action plan. Educational outreach, similar to the backyard hen bylaw that is currently in place, can ensure that residents understand how to maintain their land properly when keeping 2 horses per acre. I appreciate you allowing me to share my thoughts on a topic that is very dear to my heart. I believe the examples given illustrate permitting 2 horses per acre is a feasible and responsible approach, balancing animal welfare and land stewardship. By adopting similar regulations, the RMWB can support the social needs of horses while ensuring sustainable land use practices. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah, and I completely agree. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very nice presentation, very well delivered. I just want to ask you that the grass, do you grow their feed also in that 1 acre, 2 acre which is proposed?
Ideally, you would have a small area where you could have pasture.
No, do you cultivate it? You have 1 horse or 2?
Yes, we have 3 horses.
3 horses? Oh, you grow it, you seed?
There is some grass
seed
there
and,
for them, but they're mainly,
okay,
it's
then
hay.
it is one.
Hay is
1
the
acre
forage. Yeah,
okay,
all
thank
our
you.
hay is trucked in. On trailers, yes. And we store it in sea cans.
Your turn's over, Shane.
Yeah.
Councillor Weigel? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sarah, I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate the education on it. When you're talking about Strathcona County and the overlimit permit, obviously that would come with like a site walk and just an understanding that whoever is applying for that permit has a full understanding of the animal and how to take care of it, and obviously in the area that's there.
I think very similar to the backyard hen program where they go in, they inspect the coop, making sure it's adequate for the amount of hens that are allowed. People are understanding. I think they even have to complete a short course to allow them to have the hens.
Awesome. And so I talked about it earlier. You'd be for, obviously, the municipality reaching out to an overreaching body that deals with animals versus just necessarily benchmarked city to city to see where that comes from?
Definitely. We also have, the Alberta Equestrian Federation. We've got the Canadian Equestrian Federation. There are multiple large governing bodies that could be referenced in addition to the welfare guides.
Awesome. Hearing 2 professionals today, I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Sarah, for the presentation. And thank you for the point that you made about companionship for the animals. I think that hit hard for me. Is that research-based or?
Yes, actually, in my paperwork, I've got some university studies and different things on that, if I can share with you. But yeah, I mean, any herd animal, you remove them from their herd and put them in a solitary confinement, there's going to be a reaction. We had to put one of our horses down. So for a period of a week, one was alone, very stressed out. The first 2 days were constant calling, fence walking, searching for the other horses, dropping weight. So there can be a lot of long-term consequences and things that you're dealing with.
Thanks for sharing
You're welcome.
your education with us. Knowledge.
Thanks, Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you.
Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair. Thanks, Sarah, for the presentation. Just, you had referenced, like, if you had 15 acres, 2 or 3 is maybe unreasonable. What, do you have numbers if a person had 5 acres, how many horses, or 10 or 15?
I think it would depend individually, you know, how they would have that set up. How much is sacrifice paddock? How many paddocks do you have? How are you grouping horses? You know, you wouldn't necessarily want to have a bunch of senior horses in with younger horses. Are you able to provide separation? I referenced the track system. I know a lot of people might not be familiar with that, but it's basically, you know, it could be a 10 to 12 foot wide track that essentially runs around. You've got pasture space in the middle. It provides different footings throughout the track. There may be areas of enrichment. There could be, you know, different plants growing, rocks, logs, all different things. On a track system, you know, on a half an acre, there are some people that have 5 or 6 horses, depending on their size. On a larger track, you could probably run 20 horses, depending on the width of the track. So it's sort of, I think, would be unique to each property, probably. But it's possible. It's possible on 15 acres to have 30 horses. There are boarding facilities in California with 4 acres that have 40 horses. So it just depends how you're managing the herd. Are you relying on pasture up here? No. I feel like that's not even a remote consideration. So there's a kind of a lot that goes into it, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other questions, so thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Bryce Kumka. And Bryce, you just say your name for the record, and you know the rest.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Bryce Kumka. I'm the current chair of the Wood Buffalo Development Planning Committee, or Planning Review Committee. Sorry, it's been a long night. And those are some tough acts to follow. It's probably had a first time in a long time we've had a good chuckle in the chamber. So thank you very much, Sarah. That was outstanding. But all kidding aside, this land use bylaw is a key and pinnacle foundational piece of legislation to guide our community going forward. There's been a lot of insightful information that's been provided this evening. There's been a lot of consultation that's been done by Planning and Development and the communication team at the RM, and I really commend them for their almost aggressive engagement and to try and reach as many residents as they could to make the draft bylaws as succinct and focused as possible. I think one of the key things that we need to be cognizant of is in our committee's mandate fundamentally is reduction of red tape. So this document's just a whole lot physically smaller than the document that we have today. Our document that we're working with today is 25 years old. A lot's changed since then. 25 years ago, there was no internet. Our cell phones were like this big, not small little tiny things that we have today. So there's a lot of building technologies and just the way people want to live. They've changed. I don't think we would have been talking about chickens in backyards and horses on smaller plots of land 25 years ago, because those weren't things that we were interested in as a society. Incidental agricultural uses, I think, really cool. I think it's great for communities to have that kind of opportunity. And we're a northern community, and the presenters have talked about how things have evolved here to encompass more and more people's recreational pursuits, and we need to be mindful of that in having good, solid planning documents that allow us to continue to evolve as a community and do it in a strategic way. I guess for me, the fundamental process here, and I've been involved, for the last 10, 12 years in the consultation development process. We've been through this specific opportunity at least twice. So, at some point you just have to come to the conclusion that what we've got is good enough and that it can be effectively managed in the implementation phase. We do have, better part of a half of a year to get the wrinkles worked out of what's there. And I think it's interesting that, there's specific items, but there's not the whole bylaw is a mess. It's very, focused and succinct concerns, and that makes it almost easier to move forward as council, community, and administration to deal with the specific concerns that have been brought forward in this meeting and in some of the other consultations. So I think it's important to embrace a foundational piece like the land use bylaw, because it provides us with a journey forward. As an aside, many years ago, when I was with the chamber, and Diane Slater and I went for breakfast with the CAO then, Glenn Lobenstein, to talk to him about a permitting issue we were having with Dunvegan Gardens and their corn maze. And the special event permit bylaw was created to create an event. It was the Chateau Boo Halloween party. So it was never intended to be a restrictive bylaw, and it sounds like that's kind of where it's gone, from a thing to facilitate community events and involvement to having a lot of restrictions that were brought forward today by some of the presenters. So sometimes we need to take a step back and look at some of the things and figure out why we're doing them. Like our committee's workload for the last 6 years has been focused on reducing red tape, making the customer experience with planning and development more favorable. I think we've made a lot of gains there. So I think there's a few little tweaks. If we could fix them, that would be wonderful. And it would be good to see it, easier to have a special event, because we all love going to our community functions. They're what make this place really great, a lot of fun. And as many of us have younger families, we're always looking for opportunities to spend times with our neighbors, with our kids, and have a good time and not have to leave the place that we've all chosen to reside in and love very much. So I got 7 seconds left, so mine's still 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bryce. Appreciate all you do for the community, and appreciate you coming and speak today. Do we have any other questions for? Yes, we do. Councilor Nogar, go ahead. And do we have any other questions for Mr. Kumka? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Bryce.
You're welcome.
Matthew Eisenrout. And just say your name for the record, Matthew, and you have 5 minutes to present. You might have to turn that mic off and then back on, Matthew, so it doesn't shut off on you. There you go.
My name is Matthew Eisenrout. I am a retired professional engineer who specialized in the design of control systems and software development. I own a corporation, which in turn owns a 65-acre parcel of land near Anzac. From the spring of 2011 till August of 2024, 13 years, I operated Surmont Creek Campground on a portion of that property. On pages 21 and 22 of the RMWB Municipal Development Plan, there is a section titled Planning Policy Hierarchy. It says the following, quote, "The MDP is the broadest plan specific to Wood Buffalo and applies to the entire region. The MDP provides policy direction, while other plans, such as area structure plans, are subordinate to the MDP and must be consistent with its policies and directions. The level of detail and policies increases with each step downwards in the planning hierarchy, with the land use bylaw providing the most detailed direction applicable to the individual pieces of land in the municipality," unquote. I would like to emphasize that the land use bylaws are at the bottom of the hierarchy and that the land use bylaws should be consistent with the values and goals of the MDP. The land use bylaws are subordinate to the MDP. I would argue that if bylaws are inconsistent with the vision and values expressed in the MDP, those bylaws should be modified or stricken. My first suggestion to you today is that the subordination of the land use bylaws to plans like the MDP be explicitly stated in the land use bylaws. Right now, there is no language in the land use bylaws stating that these bylaws stand in subordination to the MDP. I would like to see it clearly stated that in a case where a bylaw conflicts with the MDP is the authority. I do not have time here to detail the goals and visions presented in the MDP. My general reading of the MDP is that it promotes and celebrates diversity, quality of life, toleration, safety, community, sustainability, etc. My past experience with the application of the land use bylaws is that in many cases they serve narrow bureaucratic interests rather than and in opposition to the well-being of the community or any of the values just listed. I will now give you an example of what I mean. Several years ago, I was made aware of a public advertisement on Facebook made by Mayor Bowman. The for sale ad contained pictures and descriptions of a camping site occupied by an RV with a large, elaborate covered deck, a gazebo, and a shed. I recall that the site was located in a campground in the general vicinity of Boyle. My understanding is that Mayor Bowman and his family spent a great deal of time at this campsite over the course of 17 years, and that their time spent there continues to be a source of many happy memories. There are dozens of families within the RMWB who would like to enjoy those kinds of experiences. With one exception, they want exactly what Mayor Bowman and his family enjoyed for 17 years. That exception is that they do not want to have to drive 2 or 3 or 4 hours to a location outside of the RMWB to enjoy such amenities. They would like to enjoy such opportunities within the RMWB. They cannot because the land use bylaws of the RMWB precisely prohibit the desired amenities that are freely allowed in other municipalities. 2016 was the year of the fire in the RMWB. My campground was filled to capacity that summer, partly because of the influx of families who had lost their homes. In spite of the trauma and losses caused by the fire, it was a wonderful summer at the campground. We had an abundance of children who played and freely roamed around most of the property. Within days of arriving, these families were building decks and small storage buildings to enhance their summer stay. I actively helped them by offering them free, reusable materials that I had on hand. They knew and I knew that what they were doing was prohibited by the land use bylaws. Nothing of what they were doing adversely affected anyone or anything. Their actions were the actions of normal people who wanted a pleasant stay. It is time for the RMWB to simply delete all of the campground regulation in Section 5.10 of the proposed land use bylaw. There is no need for bureaucrats to micromanage campgrounds in the RMWB and deprive families in the RMWB of amenities that are wanted and enjoyed outside of the RMWB. That's it.
Thanks, Matthew. And yeah, it was my campground, my campsite, and I sold it the year I started campaigning because I didn't have time to go anymore. So I did like the time I spent there, so thank you.
Well,
Go ahead.
May I speak to that?
Yeah, go
Because one of the things that my campers, like for several years, I offered that kind of experience at Sermont Creek Campground. And one of the things that was constantly stated was how much they enjoyed the fact that it was a campground that was only 30 minutes from town, which means that their kids could involve themselves in swimming lessons or karate lessons or whatever on Saturday morning or whatever. Like you can't do that if you're in Boyle, right? Or Wandering River. You can do it if you're just 30 minutes away. I mean, you can pop into town, do your activity, come back out to the campground and enjoy your evening at the campground.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. Thank you, very nice presentation. You have some other plan for campground, or would you give some certain recommendations for that?
I don't have any plans other than trying to retire. I am here because I have closed the campground and I have no specific plans of reopening it ever. But in the future, there ought to be people who ought to be able to create campgrounds that actually cater to what people want. And that's why I'm here tonight is to talk on behalf of those people sometime in the future that maybe again, see, when I closed my campground, a lot of my campers, they just simply took all their stuff and they drove 2-3 hours south and found campgrounds outside the municipality where they can have that stuff. And I think that's just plain wrong.
Thank you very much. One thing more that I apologize, Mr. Kumka, I used a wrong word, aggressiveness. I wanted to use forcefulness. So just now I checked it up. Probably it has some negative meanings. I apologize, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Clara, Kid? Clara, just say your name for the record. And just remember to have 5 minutes speaking. Just remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you. I probably won't need 5 minutes. My name's Claire Kidd. I was born and raised here. I love my community. I love my province. I want to stay in Fort McMurray. A lot of my peers, the young people who call this place home, we want to stay in Fort McMurray. We'll take the 4-hour drive to go hang out in Edmonton or Banff if you're lucky enough. But spending our money, spending our time in Fort McMurray with our families is what's important. Having Mac Island as one of the only options to have fun here isn't great. It's really pushing people my age and younger than me to go out into the partying scene. Having a place like a campground, or like the other woman in Draper said she wanted to have something with nature with the kids, this is what we need. And these kids and young people growing up in suburbia and in these dense neighborhoods are desperately wanting to go spend time near a river, at the lake, on a trail that isn't paved, and to be able to take their friends and take their bikes and go for a bike ride and not have to worry about it. There is some other things, like downtown. I think having the drive-through option is amazing. My friend, she does not get out of the vehicle for anything. If there's a drive-through, she's doing it. The problem is the parking lots. The parking lots are huge. Why does Canadian Tire and Staples and RBC have that huge parking lot when majority of the year it's just used as a snowbank section, and then after that it's just garbage? No one's using any of those spots. So kind of looking at what we have downtown and seeing where we can make those changes, I think that would be important. And really looking at the development, because I worked at Starbucks uptown at Eagle Ridge in the Commons. I hung up your poster there, actually. It would not take an engineer to figure out that that is the messiest place in Fort McMurray. The Commons is horrible. The movie theater does not need that big of a parking lot. The gas station should be somewhere else. And then the two drive-thrus are complete opposite. It is a mess. So whoever designed that should not be in charge for the next section. Also, just for things that I want to do on the land. My nephews come up here to drive their quads, to drive their skidoos. My uncle and my little cousin who lives here, they come down so they can drive their skidoo, they can have a fire. All those people live in houses. They don't have the availability to put their toys and their activity things in their garage. They bring it to my house. It's stored at my house. So that's gonna take up 2-3 trailers, if you will. And then all the other things that go with just living there. I don't know if you guys know what a honey bucket is, but I had to live with that. You know, it was fun, not really, but it's what Dad wanted to do. I just want to be able to get the use out of the land. That should just be common sense to give. And then there's also about the horses. Have you ever seen a horse by itself? Just one horse. Not even in a movie you see that. So that should just be completely deleted right there. You need someone who actually knows what they're talking about to make these plans. I'm not gonna ask someone who's never grew up with animals to tell me how to shave a dog. There's things you have to ask the appropriate people. And I don't think that's what's going on. So yeah, just having some better options about that and some more leniency and guidance on what's going on in those areas. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Just my generation, we want to stay here. We don't want to leave. And I just hope it's going to be easy to make the changes. Like if this all goes through, obviously there's some stuff that doesn't line up with what the community wants. So I just hope it's not going to take 5 years to fix one part of what's wrong with it. I think there's a lot of great stuff in it, but the things that need to be fixed, I just hope that they can be fixed in a very timely manner. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Claire. Appreciate you coming up, and appreciate the youth coming up and telling us what they think.
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
important. Yeah, and we talked about this bylaw doesn't take effect till January 1st, so we have time to make changes before it actually becomes in effect. So I think there'll be some changes coming forward. Councillor Benjo, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I want to commend you for coming to share your view and that of the younger generation, and very important. And the question I wanted to ask was, so if this is passed and we go ahead and we need to make some amendments, I hope people like you will be coming forward again to make sure that your voices are heard. Thank you. That's all I've got to say. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I really want to stay in this community. I want to raise my kids here. I was raised here. I don't want to have to leave this place. The only way I'm leaving is to go have my children because it's a high-risk pregnancy already because I'm a type 1 diabetic. I just need better doctors. Yeah. That's the only reason I ever want to leave my community. This really is my community. I love it here.
Yeah, thank you. That's very reassuring for someone like me. I want to have my kids around me as well, and I hope they're watching. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Matthew Espinosa. And Matthew, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Just remain seated for questions. You might have to turn that off, then back on, Matt, because it may shut off on you. Yeah.
Roger that. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Matt Espinosa, and I am a Draper community resident. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight in my support of the bylaw 26001. A lot of work has occurred ahead of tonight's meeting, and I am thankful for the extensive engagement, education, community connections, and reconnections that Planning and Development Services has made since this process started back in 2015. This document is our region's primary tool for regulating and guiding development of lands and buildings and is essential to our community's success. Tonight before you, the updated bylaw is the accumulation of years of recommended changes by residents, business entrepreneurs, developers, Indigenous partners, and stakeholders who have been striving to work within the current governing bylaw 99059. But it is also the direct result of our community learning from challenging events and times we have experienced: the fires, the floods, pandemics, population fluctuations, budget challenges, economic and political challenges. We must apply these lessons and voices to better prepare us to meet the next 5 to 10 or more years. The updated MDP and tonight's LUB are essential steps to the community's road to resilience. On the RMWB website, a survey was done where the question was asked, how often should the LUB be updated? 48.1% voted 5 years, 38.1% had voted 10 years, so basically 86.2% voted under 10 years. This aligns with the Alberta Municipal Government Act requirement of municipalities to perform a comprehensive review, engagement, and update their individual bylaws to ensure the regulations align with current provincial legislation, streamline regulations and strategic planning priorities, and current statutory plans, developments, and trends that typically occur within 5 to 10 years. As you've heard tonight, our current LUB was adopted by Council in 1999, about 26 years ago, and there's been approximately 250 amendments or more have been made to date. It's time to move forward. In closing, I am in support of the bylaw 25005. I realize and am thankful for all the public coming out and speaking tonight. It's not going to be perfect, but professionally as well, I've been through multiple bylaw amendments over many years, including area structure plan amendments. So we seem to be talking The land use bylaw typically is talking about user groups and a larger focus, not site-specific. Those are development process where you can apply for a site-specific, and we talk about that. So a lot of the user groups have come out and their voices have been heard, and I would be encouraged that if the bylaw were to pass, that those user groups and site-specific concerns or comments would be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate you coming forward and speaking to this and everything you do. Do we have any questions? Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir. Very nice presentation and information. Thank you for coming. Just want to ask you, you live in Draper?
Yes. Yeah.
And what is your background?
My background?
Yeah.
Is in construction development, and I do a lot of consulting for insurance.
You like animals or no?
Pardon me?
You like animals or not?
Oh, yes. I grew up on a farm.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Matt. We've heard the campsite mentioned, we've heard special events, and do you see a world where that would work in the Draper area?
I'll answer that in regard, so thank you through the chair to the question. I have been involved in a lot of site-specific applications through the LUB process, and the municipality takes that and reveals with the affected parties, the stakeholders in the community, but they must overlay the MDP, the area structure plan, immediate user groups, because there's a waterway there. And through that process, the community is heard. And then essentially whatever the community wants, then the affected parties, then that's the way it should go.
Okay.
Hopefully I've answered your question. I can't speak to anybody else besides my wife.
Right, and I know you've been in the audience a number of nights waiting to speak, and I do appreciate you coming out.
I would also add that I'm not here to talk about a site-specific. I'm here to support the overall large document, that's the land use bylaw, because I've been using 99059 for quite some time in our consulting. But are you specifically talking about that one site?
No, I was just asking, because that campsite has been thrown out there. We've heard about it. It's been, and then the event center and all that. So I was just looking for your opinion on whether something like that could ever work in that neighborhood. Because I've talked to other folks that live in Draper. I don't believe we've ever spoke about it, so I just asking now.
I'll answer as honestly as I can. We've had people come over, and my wife's and I's objective is to greet people, inform them. The way that I believe the municipality planning and development services handle a process and should handle a process is they focus on the application, not the applicant. And they focus on the documentation. And so when someone comes to your house to personally ask if you can give them some information, that's great. But you don't lead them into voting in any particular direction. And you hope that your community and your neighbors speak to it. Yeah, I can speak on behalf of most of the Draper residents. It's been very difficult because no one ever wants to come up and talk against their neighbor. No one ever wants to, I like council, but no one ever wants to come up here and have these difficult conversations. But they're doing it for their individual reasons, and I can only speak to ours, and I can't speak for the Draper community as a whole.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Sarah Roche. Sheila Lolant. And Sheila, just say your name for the record, and I think you know the rest.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sheila Lolant, and I'm a resident of Sari. I'm not going to use 5 minutes. I have like a couple of questions. So on the zoning for Sari Creek, we have SE1 and SE2. For those of you who are not Stu, page 135 of 242 and page 136 of 242, because I already cornered him. I just want to know how the two zones are divided, and I want to know how they don't have the same permitted uses. Sapre is all acreages. I don't understand why the east side or the west side. I'm assuming zone side 1 is east and the other side is west, or the other way around. But it's all acreages. I don't understand why you can't have the same permitted uses. And the way I understood it when I looked at it, made it sound like the one side is not allowed horses, and if it's the side I think it is, it's the west side. So, and those people have horses on that side of Sapre. So I'm not sure how that's going to work, but that's all I was curious about.
I think Councillor Weigel actually asked that question. Councillor Weigel? At the beginning of the meeting, he can probably answer you. He asked it from administration when we started before. Go ahead.
So yeah, Sheila and I talked during the break. The discrepancy is that in 5.4.12, it says despite Part 5, Section 5.410 in rural residential districts in Sapre Creek, Conklin, Janvier, Anzac, and Draper, horses and donkeys, goats, llamas, alpacas, and other similar animals may be kept as pets and or for personal enjoyment and shall be limited to 1 animal per acre, which we talked to earlier. What Sheila is talking about is that when you get down to the actual district specific, there's 2 different languages in estates, SC1 and SC2, where one has agriculture as a discretionary use, the other one doesn't, and neither of them speak to the animals. And I think that's just the discrepancies, that it doesn't seem to be aligned in the whole document. Am I correct?
Okay, so I think what we can do, Sheila and Councillor Weigel, is when we get to, before we end the hearing, we can ask that question of administration if you want to stick around for a few minutes.
I don't know I'll be sticking around, but I'll be watching it on YouTube.
Okay, thanks, Sheila.
I'll ask it for you.
There you go. Okay, thanks, Sheila.
Thanks, Sheila.
Roseanne Begin? They left Dennis Lacorsio. Curtis, Medvesiak. Okay, I know this one. I have this last name. Michael Ferreira. You good? Okay, thanks, Mike. Does anyone else want to say anything? You need more time, Shane? Okay, at this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break, just a bio break, everybody, and we'll return at 5 after 11. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to finish up the meeting here, and once the hearing's closed, we're going to defer second and third reading for tomorrow night's meeting, just in the respect of the time. So, are there any further questions right now of Council for Administration? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did get a great explanation for this, but I just wanted to ask this question as Sheila did ask, and I think it's great for clarity, and I learned something. So I'll ask the question to such. In SC1, it doesn't say... Thanks, Such. In SC1, it doesn't say that there's discretionary uses for the animals that it talks about, you know, having horses in the acres and stuff like that. I think this is a great education piece because I did realize, obviously, as I said, it says it in 5.4.12, but not in the actual district area. And so if you could just educate all of us on how the land use bylaw reads, because I think it's a huge point.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Weigel, for the opportunity. Through the chair, just a little bit of clarification in terms of how we typically read through the land use bylaw. So there are districts in the land use bylaw, R1, R1E, SC, SC2. All of those districts contain the uses that you typically require a permit for. And for those uses, you'll have to come to the municipality to basically say, Mr. Municipality, or here's my application for an XYZ permit. Please approve my permit. The municipality will process that application. If it's permitted use, we'll have to give you a permit subject to conditions. And if it's a discretionary use, we assess the application based on several factors, I guess. But outside of the uses in the districts, there are general regulations that are contemplated in Section 5. Part 5 of the land use bylaw, starting page 47, which gives you a little bit of information about regulations that are applicable all through most of the districts. In that regulation section, you will see information about horses in Section 5.4 and specifically Section 5.4.12, which talks about, I'll read the section here, despite Part 5, Section 5.4.10 in rural residential districts in Sapre Creek, Conklin, Jovier, Anzac, and Draper. A, horses, donkeys, goats, llamas, alpacas, and other similar animals may be kept as pets in and or for personal enjoyment and shall be limited to 1 animal unit per acre. Now, this regulation is in addition to the district regulations, which primarily contain the uses that are going to be allowed on that site through a development permit on the site. So for something like horses, you don't necessarily need a development permit if it's for personal enjoyment. But if, for example, in SE2, agriculture small scale is added as use, if you want to keep animals as part of that use, then you would need a development permit for it.
So for like a small business or something like that?
For small agriculture, small scale use, you would need a development permit. For personal uses, you would not need a development permit.
And so, just again, education piece. What's the difference between a permitted use and a discretionary use? Because I would have read that originally as like the permitted use is what I need permits for, and the discretionary is just an option.
Absolutely, good question again. Through the chair, permitted uses under the Municipal Government Act are defined as uses for which municipality has to give you a permit for.
Okay.
So when we are crafting a zone, a land use district, there are a bunch of permitted uses to which municipality cannot say no to you. These are uses that we are obligated to give you a permit for. Now, the permit can be subject to certain conditions. Municipality has the ability to issue the permit subject to certain restrictions, identified as conditions on a development permit. For discretionary uses, municipality can choose to say no.
Okay.
In both cases, the conditions of the development permit or the permit itself can be appealed by the owner, neighboring property owners, to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and they can then take a decision on it. So permitted uses, we are obligated to give you a permit subject to conditions. discretionary uses, we're not obligated to give you a permit. It's a more rigorous, I guess, assessment of the use, depending on the circumstances and the issues on the site.
And then the general use is back in the general area.
The general regulations are something that feed into the permitted and discretionary uses. So, for example, in C1 commercial district, for example, if you apply for a retail complex, and if it's a permitted use, we will give you a permit, but the regulations from general regulations in terms of landscaping, parking, will kick in at the time of assessment of that permit. So it's a combination of regulations, general regulations, and the uses that you have in a specific district that are combined together to sort of create a perfect set of regulations.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. I know we talked about this earlier, such, and I mentioned it before, so I'm again giving free advertising to Rock the Rails and the Fort City Car Show. But we heard from several residents about issues with special events. So how these two events are not on municipal or Rock the Rails, I believe is, but Fort City Car Show is not on municipal property, but they're close to residents. How can they get a special event permit? As we heard tonight from residents saying they can't get, this new bylaw doesn't allow that.
Through the chair, again, thank you for the question. Until 2021, the municipality had a special event bylaw, which was incorporated into the land use bylaw, which was challenged in Court of Queen's Bench and was quashed by Court of Queen's Bench, thereby eliminating all special permit regulations from the land use bylaw. And at that time, we had to come back to the council to sort of create new regulations that complied with the then municipal development plan. In 2021, that set of regulations was approved by council, and therefore the overall application of special events was sort of very limited to only specific districts. Now, in case of the car show, the special event bylaw allows us to allow ancillary uses subject to, on a site, subject to that site having a development permit. So in case of the car show, we consider that as an ancillary use because the site is already approved for a church. Typically on sites with religious assembly, you would expect congregation of some sorts, people. And so it's an activity that is in conjunction to the primary activity. And that's why we exempt that car show. And they don't really require any permits. They apply for it, but we exempt them. For the, like I mentioned, I think it's called Rails of the Lost.
Rock the Rails.
Rock the Rails. It's on municipal land, and so it's governed through a different policy, a special event policy. So that has a different set of rules and regulations. For the most part, that's what has happened through the special event bylaw. We previously had a bylaw that allowed special events everywhere for the most part, but Court of Queen's Bench quashed the bylaw, and therefore we had to sort of come up with a bylaw which allowed for very limited of these events.
Perfect, thanks. And last question. There's on the corner of 80 and 163, there's a residential home across from the industrial park. Where is that home? Where does that fit in the bylaw? What part of town? What's the zoning? And what's the what land use bylaw is that property under?
I think it's RD. I can confirm specifically if you allow me a few minutes here. No, 881. We have a lot of maps in the land use bylaw.
You can get back to me with that tomorrow, such. I
Yes.
just want to get back to the property owner because they were trying to find where their land landed in the land use bylaw.
I'm 90% sure it is RD, but I can confirm tomorrow.
Sure, thanks. Councilor Dogar?
Mr. Mayor, just a recommendation that it can be delayed by 2 weeks, this presentation. I want to physically go on ground and have the feel of all the places.
Okay, Councilor
And
Dogar.
also divided into portions,
Right now,
rural and
Councilor
urban.
Dogar, right now it's asking questions. You can make recommendations once the
I
public
think we're
hearing is closed.
closing and that's why I gave this.
No, we're still in a public hearing.
Thank you.
Councilor Benjogo?
I thought Councillor Laval. Did you say Councillor Laval? Yeah.
Councilor Lovely? Councilor Lovely, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through Chair to Administration is my now it is within, pardon me?
You're cutting out there, Stella.
Sorry, maybe I'll shut everything down. Can you hear me better?
Yep.
Okay, so my question to administration is the reinforcement of these bylaws. So right now, as it stands, we know that any lot that's 1 acre or less cannot have any animals on it. So no horses, anything like that. So over the last 2 years, we can drive by 1 acre lots and see anywhere from 2 to 4 horses on a 1 acre lot within the hamlet of Anzac. And moving forward, I just want to know who's going to be enforcing these bylaws. Is it going to be the community, like Councillor Lance mentioned earlier? Because bylaw comes out, I think, twice a week. It's been over 2 years. They see these horses on a land that they're not supposed to be on. So moving forward, now they're allowed 1 horse. Does that mean maybe they'll get 5 more? I don't know. So I just want to know about the reinforcement of these bylaws.
Through the chair to Councillor Lavely, thank you for that question. And bylaw enforcement is where planning and development and the bylaw team works together. If it's specifically related to land use bylaw, we would have our development officers on site, planners on site, along with a bylaw officer to identify issues. And if issues are identified, we would typically proceed with some form of a warning, followed by some form of an enforcement order, stop order, or something like that. And if that's not complied to, then we get into monetary fines. So if there's specific sites, we can work together with bylaw to sort of enforce on those particular lands. But it would be a combination of bylaw and planning and development together.
And that's how it's supposed to work right now, right?
Through the chair, that is correct.
But it's not.
Through the chair, I can connect with you to specifically understand the issues around specific lots, and I can assure you that we can take some action with the bylaw.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lovely. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question is to Mayor Bowman. What is your plan tonight in terms of when we close? Because I didn't get that clearly.
Yeah.
It looks like we are starting afresh, and I just want to know.
No, so the way it works, because it's a public hearing, before we do second and third reading, what we'll do is after questions are finished, we'll then declare the public hearing closed. Once the public hearing is closed, we can resume tomorrow in our meeting. We can do second and third readings in council.
Okay, thank you.
So once
So
questions
in
are
a
finished,
few minutes, we should.
As soon as, yeah.
Okay, because one of us is driving to Fort Mackay.
Yes.
So at least I'm using that as a good excuse.
Good thinking.
to want to go home and sleep.
Good thinking.
Thank you.
Does any other council have any more questions for administration? So I'm not seeing any, so I'll now, does planning development want any further statements? Go ahead, Such.
through the chair to council, I, number one, want to appreciate all the residents who came out. Some of the concerns that were brought forward were eye-opening, and we're committed to sort of working through those concerns. A few things that I'd like to address here around some of the concerns that were brought forward. Special event, I just clarified that there was a bylaw back in time which was squashed by Court of Queen's Bench, and hence special events are not allowed everywhere. There was a concern surrounding lands not being able to subdivide in Draper. There is no regulation in the new land use bylaw or the current land use bylaw that says you cannot subdivide lands. There are minimum lot sizes that are identified. In small holdings, it's 2 hectares. And so any lots above 2 hectares can be subdivided. There's no regulation stopping that. So just providing some point of clarification there. In terms of public engagement, we've done extensive public engagement to sort of understand the concerns from public to be able to incorporate those in the land use bylaw. Also, one of the concerns that were raised was surrounding studies that are mentioned in the land use bylaw, specifically related to development in floodplain. So there were geotechnical studies or biophysical studies, specific studies that are mentioned. And the reason for why those studies are mentioned is actually coming from public feedback. Back in time in the land use bylaw, we didn't have any studies mentioned. And so we were constantly through feedback asked to put in information about what could residents expect in specific zones to seek development approvals. And so we had mentioned some studies. Now, regardless of these studies being mentioned in the land use bylaw or not, the Development Authority through the Municipal Government Act still has the ability to ask for any of these studies. We just thought mentioning them in the land use bylaw would allow public to understand what kind of studies could they be spending money on, and so take their decisions appropriately in that way. That's why some of those studies are mentioned. Every study that we've mentioned it doesn't say you must provide. It says you may be asked for the studies, and that is contingent on the condition of the site. If the site has a lot of slope issues, that we may ask for a slope stability study. If the site is right next to a water body, then we might for environmental site assessment or something like that. So none of that is written in stone. It all depends from site to site, depending on the condition of the site. Those studies are assessed. 30-meter versus 50-meter setback, I clarified there are different regulations and why we have adopted 50-meter. And if you provide us a geotechnical study, and if you're satisfied with it, we can reduce it down to 30 meters. Safe, harmless agreements, we've already talked about. Mr. Davis provided his opinion on what those agreements can do, what they can't do. There was a concern surrounding trailers on properties in Draper. They are all residential properties, and we want them to look like residential properties. They're not junkyards, they're not storage facilities, and hence there is a limited number of trailers that are allowed on those properties. Horses, we've heard a lot of concerns about, and we're committed to taking it back to sort of reassess how many horses can we allow. If council wants to take a decision on it, we will be more than happy to sort of, work with that number. MDP versus land use bylaw. In one of the statements, it was mentioned that MDP supersedes land use bylaw. That is not the case. Land use bylaw always sort of supersedes the MDP. MDP sets a policy direction, but land use bylaw is what gets implemented on ground. So land use bylaw would always have a higher hierarchy. There was a concern surrounding a campground in Surmont Creek, and why we've changed the zoning. The zoning aligns with what was identified in the Willow Lake area structure plan. That area structure plan was approved by council back in time. And so the land use bylaw is just aligning the use that was identified in the Willow Lake area structure plan to the land use bylaw. And that zoning has now been applied. And last but not least, we had some concerns surrounding 250.9 regulation. I have a motion in front of me somewhere here that was made in December of 2020 by council that required administration, specifically for the area of Draper actually, that required administration to bring back regulations through the land use bylaw to limit development under 251 meters. That motion was made in this council.
So just to offer the good man the encouragement and the confidence of what you said earlier this evening, I have the link that talks about how we were instructed by the province about the dike, about Draper, and there's going to be a realization in this chamber that everybody's afraid to do, but it's going to start tomorrow. We've been screwed by the province enough, and we have our own elected officials showboating on the backs of people that built the community, and I'm sick of it. And everything you said tonight, sir, I respect what you're doing, but everything you said tonight, I have it. It's in the paper, and you're exactly right, 2020. And we have guys here thinking that we make this stuff up. The reason why we go through so many CAOs, we don't go through too many, is because everybody came here with their own ideas, their own ideals, and we're upside down at least $500 million because of that attitude. And it's going to change. We only got a few months. But point of order, yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Just
But what I'm trying
questions
to
right
do,
now,
yeah,
Councilman
what I'm
Rhodes.
trying to do, just substantiate what you're saying, because it seems to me there's a split in this building of what's true and what they want to be. And I'm sorry, to me, it's not a point of order, is that we should educate ourselves to what we're into. Because some of this stuff that's made this evening, it never came from council. It came from the province.
Thanks,
It's
Councilor Rhodes.
cost us a fortune.
To the chair, respectfully, like I said, I mean, administration is just bringing back the direction that was given to administration. We're not creating these regulations at our own free will. It was a direction that was given to us by council. So we have just followed that. And all in all, in closing, I'd say there's a lot of effort that has been put into sort of crafting this land use bylaw. If council feels there are certain points that need to be amended, we are more than open to it. Would happily take those points back. We can work on those and bring back an amendment before the bylaw comes into effect. And would be happy to work with stakeholders as well. So with that, I'd just say thank you for listening to our presentation, and if there's anything that we can provide more information on, we'd be happy to do so.
And Councilor Lavalley has a question. Councilor Lavalley?
Actually, no more of a statement. I just want to thank Planning and Development for all the hard work and all the many years that they spent on this land use bylaw. New to council, but I have been always paying attention to this land use bylaw, and I just want to thank the team a lot.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilor Lavalley. So now I'll declare this hearing closed at 11:35. And that's it for this evening's meeting. We'll be deferring the second and third readings for tomorrow. Have a good night. This meeting's adjourned. And can I have some?
Reading tomorrow.
Can I have someone second that? Okay. And we'll vote. It's going to be on there. Show hands in favor. And against? Councilor Dogar, in favor or against? Okay, thank you. Just to remind council, there'll be no other information gathering past here, what we got tonight, since it's a hearing. So everything you've got now, that's what you have. So for tomorrow, just take the information we have written and everything we heard tonight and use that information to make your decision for tomorrow. So there'll be no other information gathering on the land use bylaw.